Throughout human history, there have been moments when the fate of entire civilizations, empires, and even the course of human progress itself hung in the balance. Moments when the clash of armies didn't just determine who would rule, but fundamentally altered the trajectory of our shared story. These weren't just battles, they were pivotal turning points that rippled through time, shaping the world we inhabit today. Imagine how different our modern world might be if Persian forces had overwhelmed the Greeks at Marathon, if Alexander's phalanxes had faltered at Gaugamela, or if the Roman legions had been defeated in the forests of Germania. The borders on our maps, the languages we speak, the religions we practice, and even the very ideas that form the foundation of our societies might have been unrecognizably different. Tonight, we'll journey across continents and through millennia to witness these world-changing conflicts. Before we march into our first battle, a quick note for our viewers. While the visuals in this video enhance the experience, they aren't essential to follow along with these epic tales of conflict and consequence. Feel free to let this play in the background as you go about your day. Use it to unwind in the evening, or even drift off to sleep as these ancient conflicts unfold through the centuries. And if you find value in these historical journeys, consider subscribing to support the creation of more content like this. Now, let us begin our exploration of the ancient battles that truly changed the world forever. There are moments in history when the fate of entire civilizations hangs in the balance, when the actions of a single ruler can reshape the destiny of nations for centuries to come. The Battle of Kadesh is one such moment, a clash so monumental that it would be immortalized in stone for thousands of years, a testament to both the glory and the folly of ancient warfare. The year was 1274 BCE, and the world was a very different place. The Mediterranean was dominated not by ships of steel and commerce, but by chariots and warriors, by kingdoms fighting for survival in a dangerous landscape. Two great powers had risen to prominence: the Egyptian Empire under the rule of Pharaoh Rameses II, and the Hittite Empire led by King Muwatalli II. These were the superpowers of their day, empires whose influence stretched across vast territories, whose armies were the mightiest ever assembled. But empires rarely coexist peacefully, especially when both desire the same prize. In this case, that prize was the land of Canaan and Syria, valuable trade routes connecting Mesopotamia to the Mediterranean. Control these routes, and you controlled the ancient world's economy. The city of Kadesh, situated on the Orontes River in what is now Syria, was the key to this region, a fortress city standing at the crossroads of ancient trade. Whoever held Kadesh held power over the entire Levant. For years, this region had been contested, passing between Egyptian and Hittite control like a pendulum swinging back and forth. But Rameses II, young and ambitious, was determined to settle the matter once and for all. He would lead his army north, reclaim Kadesh, and establish Egyptian dominance for centuries to come. At least, that was the plan. What makes the Battle of Kadesh so fascinating is not just its scale, though it was enormous by ancient standards, but the remarkable detail in which it was recorded. Unlike many ancient battles lost to the fog of history, Kadesh was meticulously documented by the Egyptians, their account carved into the walls of temples across Egypt. These inscriptions, combined with Hittite records discovered centuries later, give us an unprecedented window into this ancient confrontation. The Egyptian army that marched north in the spring of 1274 BCE was a sight to behold. Estimates suggest it numbered around 20,000 men, divided into 4 divisions, each named after an Egyptian god: Amun, Ra, Ta, and Seth. The core of this force was the chariot corps, the ancient equivalent of modern tanks, fast-moving platforms from which archers could rain arrows upon enemy formations. Egyptian chariots were lighter and more maneuverable than their Hittite counterparts, designed for speed and agility rather than brute force. Rameses led his army with supreme confidence, perhaps too much confidence. As they approached Kadesh after a month-long march, the pharaoh's scouts captured 2 Bedouin tribesmen who claimed to be deserters from the Hittite army. These men told Ramesses exactly what he wanted to hear, that King Muwatalli and his forces were far away, near Aleppo, too afraid to face the might of Egypt. Ramesses, eager for glory and perhaps blinded by his own propaganda, believed them without question. He pushed forward with the Amun division, leaving his other divisions strung out behind him on the march, separated by hours of travel. It was a critical error that nearly cost him everything, for the Bedouins were not deserters at all. They were Hittite spies, sent to lure the pharaoh into a trap. The truth was that Muwatalli and his army, nearly 40,000 strong with 3,000 chariots, were hidden just beyond the hills east of Kadesh, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And strike they did. As Ramesses and the Amun division made camp near Kadesh, the Hittite chariots swept around the city's eastern side and crashed into the unsuspecting Ra division as it marched toward the camp. The Egyptian formation shattered under the onslaught. Survivors fled in panic toward Ramesses' position, with Hittite chariots in close pursuit. Suddenly, the pharaoh found himself in dire peril, with only a fraction of his army at hand and the enemy bearing down on his position. What happened next has become the stuff of legend, a moment when history and myth intertwine. According to Egyptian accounts, Ramesses, abandoned by his officers and surrounded by enemies, called upon the god Amun for strength and then single-handedly charged into the Hittite forces. The inscriptions claim he fought like a god himself, cutting down his enemies by the hundreds, forcing the Hittites to retreat through the sheer force of his divine might. The reality was likely far less miraculous, but no less impressive. Ramesses, realizing the desperate nature of his situation, rallied what forces he had and led a counterattack against the advancing Hittites. This bold move bought crucial time for the Ta division to arrive on the battlefield, reinforcing the Egyptian position. The battle raged for hours, a swirling chaos of chariots, arrows, and hand-to-hand combat along the banks of the Orontes River. By day's end, both sides had suffered heavy casualties, and neither had gained a decisive advantage. The Hittites withdrew to the eastern bank of the river, while the Egyptians maintained their position near Kadesh. The following day brought a curious development. Rather than resuming the battle, both sides opted for negotiation. This suggests that neither felt confident of victory, a stark contrast to the triumphant account later promoted by Ramesses. A truce was arranged, and the Egyptian army began its long march home. The aftermath of Kadesh reveals much about the nature of ancient propaganda. Upon his return to Egypt, Ramesses proclaimed a magnificent victory, commissioning enormous temple reliefs and inscriptions that portrayed him as an invincible warrior who had single-handedly defeated the Hittite army. These images can still be seen today at Abu Simbel, Karnak, the Ramesseum, and other sites throughout Egypt, a massive public relations campaign carved in stone. Yet the political reality tells a different story. Despite Ramesses' claims of total victory, Egypt did not retain control of Kadesh or the northern territories. In fact, 16 years later, Egypt and the Hittite Empire would sign the world's first known peace treaty, establishing a border that left Kadesh in Hittite hands. This suggests that the battle had ended in something closer to a draw, or perhaps even a strategic defeat for Egypt disguised as victory through monumental propaganda. The peace treaty itself is a remarkable document, preserved in both Egyptian hieroglyphics and Hittite cuneiform. It established not only boundaries, but also mutual defense pacts, extradition agreements, and dynastic marriages to seal the alliance. So important was this treaty that a reproduction hangs in the United Nations headquarters today, a reminder of humanity's long struggle to find alternatives to warfare. Perhaps the most intriguing aspect of Kadesh is how it illuminates the gap between historical reality and official narrative. Ramesses transformed what was arguably a near disaster into his greatest triumph through the power of monumental art and inscription. His version of events dominated historical understanding for thousands of years, until Hittite accounts were discovered in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, providing a counterbalance to the Egyptian narrative. The Battle of Kadesh teaches us something profound about warfare and history itself. Military outcomes are rarely as clear-cut as the victors claim. Truth becomes malleable in the hands of rulers seeking to secure their legacy. And sometimes, the greatest victories come not from battlefield success, but from learning the limits of military power. For all his claims of divine triumph, Rameses eventually recognized that endless war with the Hittites served neither empire's interests. The peace they established lasted until the Hittite empires collapsed nearly a century later, brought down not by Egyptian chariots but by the mysterious sea peoples and internal strife. Kadesh stands as one of history's great what-ifs. Had Rameses been more cautious, had he not fallen for the Hittite deception, how might the battle have unfolded? Had the Hittites pressed their advantage after the initial success, could they have captured or killed the pharaoh, changing the course of Egyptian history? We'll never know. What we do know is that Kadesh represented the pinnacle of Bronze Age warfare, a clash between the greatest powers of their age, fighting with technologies and tactics that had been refined over centuries. The battle featured the largest chariot engagement in history, with up to 6,000 chariots involved across both armies. Nothing like it would be seen again in the ancient world. As impressive as these numbers are, they pale in comparison to later battles. Yet Kadesh retains its significance not because of its size, but because of what it represents. A moment when two great civilizations collided and then, remarkably, found a way to coexist. The peace treaty that followed Kadesh may be its most important legacy, showing that even bitter enemies can find common ground when necessity demands it. 3,000 years later, the sands have long since covered the battlefield where Egyptian and Hittite chariots once thundered across the plain. The empires that fought there have crumbled to dust. Yet through stone inscriptions and clay tablets, the Battle of Kadesh still speaks to us, a distant echo of a time when gods rode with kings into battle, and the fate of nations could turn on a single day of violence and courage under the ancient sun. There are stories from history that transcend time, tales of courage and sacrifice that continue to inspire us thousands of years after the last drop of blood dried on the battlefield. The Battle of Thermopylae is perhaps the greatest of these stories, a desperate stand against overwhelming odds that has become more legend than history in our collective imagination. But what really happened in that narrow coastal pass in Greece in 480 BCE? And why does it continue to haunt us nearly 2.5 millennia later? The story begins not in Greece but in Persia, where King Xerxes, ruler of the largest empire the world had ever seen, had set his sights on conquering the fractious Greek city-states. His father Darius had tried and failed a decade earlier at the Battle of Marathon. Now Xerxes was determined to succeed where his father had faltered, to punish the Greeks for their defiance, and add their lands to his already vast dominions. The Persian Empire at this time stretched from the Indus River in modern-day Pakistan to the edges of Greece, from the steppes of Central Asia to the cataracts of the Nile. It was an empire of incredible diversity, wealth, and military might. When Xerxes called for an invasion force, the response was unprecedented. Ancient sources claim the Persian army numbered in the millions, though modern historians suggest a more realistic, but still overwhelming force of perhaps 200,000 soldiers and sailors, drawn from dozens of subject nations across 3 continents. Against this juggernaut stood the Greek city-states, perpetually divided by rivalries and grudges. Many chose to submit to Xerxes immediately, offering the traditional tokens of earth and water to signify their surrender. Others, led by Athens and Sparta, resolved to fight. But how could they hope to stand against such overwhelming numbers? The answer lay in geography. Greece is a mountainous land, with few routes suitable for a large army to traverse. The most viable northern approach was a narrow coastal path at Thermopylae, where mountains descended almost to the sea, creating a bottleneck where the Persian numerical advantage would be neutralized. Here, the Greeks decided to make their stand. The Greek force that arrived at Thermopylae in the late summer of 480 BCE was relatively small, perhaps 7,000 men in total. The core of this army was 300 Spartan hoplites, professional soldiers from a society built entirely around warfare. These were not ordinary troops but the royal guard of King Leonidas himself, each man hand-picked for this mission. With them came contingents from other Greek cities, all prepared to hold the narrow pass against the Persian advance. What makes the Spartan presence particularly poignant is that they came despite knowing their death was all but certain. According to Herodotus, the oracle at Delphi had prophesied that either Sparta would fall or a Spartan king would die. Leonidas chose the latter fate, deliberately selecting for his 300 men only those who had living sons, ensuring their bloodlines would continue. The pass at Thermopylae, known as the Hot Gates for its sulfur springs, was no more than 20 meters wide in places. On one side rose steep mountain slopes, on the other, cliffs dropped to the sea. It was perfect ground for the Greek style of warfare, which relied on heavily armored hoplites fighting in tight formation with long spears and large shields. In such confined space, Persian numbers would count for little. For 2 days, the Greeks held the pass against everything the Persian army could throw at them. Wave after wave of attacks broke against the Greek phalanx. Even the immortals, Xerxes' elite Persian guard, could make no headway against the disciplined Greek defense. The Persian king, watching from a throne set up on a nearby hillside, was said to have leaped to his feet 3 times in rage and frustration as his troops were repeatedly repulsed. It seemed as though the impossible might happen, that this small force might actually hold back the tide of invasion. But war is rarely so simple, and battlefields are not decided by courage alone. The Greek position depended on secrecy, on the Persians remaining unaware of a mountain path that could outflank the defenders at Thermopylae. Unfortunately for the Greeks, a local resident named Ephialtes revealed this path to the Persians, either for reward or out of fear. Under cover of darkness, a Persian force led by Hydarnes made its way along the mountain trail, guided by Ephialtes. By dawn, they had bypassed the Greek position and were descending to attack from the rear. When scouts brought news of this development to Leonidas, he faced a terrible choice: retreat with his entire force and try to fight another day, or stand and die to buy time for the rest of Greece to prepare. Leonidas chose sacrifice. He dismissed most of the Greek contingents, keeping only his 300 Spartans, 700 Thespians who volunteered to remain, and 400 Thebans who may have been kept as hostages due to suspicions about Theban loyalty. These men would hold the pass as long as possible, knowing they were already dead. The final stand of the Greeks at Thermopylae has become the stuff of legend. Surrounded on both sides, they fought with the desperation of men who have accepted their fate. According to Herodotus, when told that Persian arrows would blot out the sun, the Spartan Dynax replied, "So much the better, we shall fight in the shade." This characteristic laconic wit in the face of certain death epitomizes the Spartan ethos that so captivates us even today. As their spears broke, they fought with swords. When swords were lost, they fought with daggers, hands, even teeth. Leonidas himself fell in the thick of the fighting. The Spartans fought so fiercely to recover his body that they drove the Persians back 4 times. Finally, overwhelmed by numbers, the last defenders withdrew to a small hill within the pass, where they made their final stand, fighting to the last man. The Persian victory at Thermopylae opened the way to central Greece. Athens was abandoned and burned. Yet the delay imposed by the Greek stand gave the Athenian fleet time to prepare for the naval battle of Salamis, where they would decisively defeat the Persian navy, turning the tide of the war. The following year, the remaining Persian land forces were destroyed at the Battle of Plataea. Greece remained free, and Western civilization as we know it had survived its first existential challenge. But the significance of Thermopylae extends far beyond its strategic implications. Over the centuries, It has become a powerful symbol of courage, duty, and sacrifice. The epitaph attributed to the poet Simonides, inscribed on a monument at the site, reads, "Go tell the Spartans, stranger passing by, that here, obedient to their laws, we lie." These simple words capture the essence of what makes Thermopylae resonate across the millennia. The willingness of men to die not just for home and family, but for an idea, for a way of life. The battle has inspired countless works of art, literature, and in modern times, film and television. But as with many historical events that become mythologized, the popular understanding often diverges from historical reality. The 2007 film 300, for instance, presents a heavily stylized version of events that owes more to Frank Miller's graphic novel than to Herodotus. The real Sparta was more complex than the idealized warrior society often portrayed. It was a society built on the brutal subjugation of the Helot slave population, where male children were taken from their mothers at age 7 to begin the agode, the notoriously harsh training system that produced Spartan warriors. Not all Spartan men became full citizens, and failure in battle was considered so shameful that those who survived defeat often took their own lives rather than return home. Yet there is truth in the legend as well. The Spartans really did face death with remarkable composure, trained from childhood to fear dishonor more than death. Their society, for all its flaws, produced warriors of exceptional discipline and courage. And at Thermopylae, they really did sacrifice themselves to protect not just Sparta but all of Greece. Perhaps what makes Thermopylae so enduring is that it speaks to something fundamental in human nature, our admiration for those who stand their ground against impossible odds. In a world where compromise and surrender often seem the easier path, the Spartans remind us that some things are worth dying for, that sometimes the fight itself matters more than the outcome. As we look back across 25 centuries to those 3 days in a narrow Greek pass, we see not just a military engagement, but a moment when history itself seemed to hold its breath. Had Thermopylae and the subsequent Greek victories not occurred, the nascent democracy of Athens might have been strangled in its cradle. Philosophy, drama, and the other intellectual achievements of classical Greece might never have flowered. The entire trajectory of Western civilization might have been altered. In the end, Thermopylae reminds us that history is not inevitable, that it turns on moments of extraordinary human courage and determination. The 300 Spartans and their allies may have died, but in their sacrifice, they helped secure a future they would never see, one whose benefits we still enjoy today. Their memorial is not just a stone marker in a mountain pass, but the very world we inhabit, shaped by their choice to stand and fight when all hope of victory was gone. There are moments in history when the old order crumbles and a new world emerges from the dust and chaos of the battlefield. The Battle of Gaugamela, fought on October 1st, 331 BCE, was such a moment, a clash that would determine the fate of the Persian Empire, the greatest power the ancient world had ever known, and cement the legacy of a young king whose name would echo through the ages, Alexander the Great. To understand the significance of Gaugamela, we must first comprehend just how improbable Alexander's campaign against Persia truly was. The Persian Empire was not merely a powerful state. It was a colossus that had dominated the Near East for over 2 centuries. Stretching from the shores of the Aegean to the banks of the Indus River, from Egypt to the steppes of Central Asia, Persia governed dozens of different peoples, cultures, and languages across 3 million square kilometers of territory. Alexander, by contrast, was merely the king of Macedon, a relatively small kingdom in northern Greece, and the recently elected leader of a fragile alliance of Greek states. He had inherited both his throne and his war against Persia from his assassinated father, Philip II. When Alexander crossed the Hellespont into Persian territory in 334 BCE, he commanded an army of just 40,000 men, a tiny force with which to challenge an empire that could summon forces 10 times that size. Yet within 3 years, this young king, barely into his 20s, had achieved the impossible. He had defeated Persian forces at the battles of Granicus and Issus, conquered Egypt, been hailed as a god at the Oracle of Siwa, founded the city of Alexandria, and penetrated deep into the Persian heartland. The Persian king Darius III had offered him peace terms that would have given Alexander half the empire, more land and wealth than any Greek could have dreamed of possessing. Alexander refused. He wanted not part of the empire, but all of it. He wanted not compromise, but total victory. He wanted, in his own words reportedly spoken to his general Parmenion, the whole world or nothing. By the autumn of 331 BCE, the moment of final confrontation had arrived. Darius had retreated deep into his empire, gathering a massive army for one last, decisive battle. He chose his ground carefully, selecting a broad plain near the village of Gaugamela in what is now northern Iraq. The flat terrain would allow him to make full use of his numerical advantage, and his feared scythe chariots wield weapons designed to tear through enemy formations with spinning blades. The Persian army that awaited Alexander was truly multinational, drawing troops from every corner of the empire: Persian immortals, Bactrian cavalry, Indian auxiliaries with their war elephants, Scythian horse archers, Greek mercenaries, and many more. Ancient sources claim the Persian army numbered over 1 million men, though modern historians suggest a more realistic figure of perhaps 250,000. Even this reduced estimate still gave Darius an overwhelming numerical advantage. Alexander's force, by comparison, had been reduced by years of campaigning to roughly 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. The Macedonians were outnumbered by at least 4 to 1, possibly much more. When Alexander's scouts reported the size of the Persian army, many of his generals advised caution, suggesting a night attack to even the odds. Alexander refused. "I will not steal my victory," he reportedly declared. Instead, he rode out personally to survey the battlefield, meticulously noting the terrain and observing where Darius had placed his various units. Then, in an act that baffled the Persians watching from a distance, he returned to his camp and slept soundly, so deeply that his generals had to wake him on the morning of battle. This apparent unconcern before such a crucial confrontation was characteristic of Alexander, a man whose confidence bordered on the supernatural. Born to a father obsessed with creating the perfect military machine and a mother who convinced him he was descended from Achilles and Heracles, Alexander had been raised to believe in his own destiny. "There is nothing impossible to him who will try," he once said, and at Gaugamela, he would put that philosophy to its ultimate test. The battle began at dawn, with Alexander deploying his forces in an unconventional formation. Rather than placing his troops in a straight line opposite the Persians, he arranged them at an angle, with his right wing advanced and his left withdrawn. This oblique formation was designed to draw the Persian left wing forward, creating gaps that could be exploited. As the armies closed, Darius launched his scythe chariots, those terrifying weapons that had broken so many enemy formations in the past, but Alexander had prepared his men well. On command, the Macedonian phalanx opened corridors in their formation, allowing the chariots to pass harmlessly through. Those charioteers who survived were cut down by Alexander's light infantry, stationed behind the main battle line for precisely this purpose. The Persian wonder weapon had failed. With the chariots neutralized, the main lines engaged. The fighting was fierce, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. Then, as Alexander had predicted, the Persian left wing surged forward, creating a gap in their center. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Alexander, at the head of his elite companion cavalry, charged directly into this gap, driving like a spear toward the spot where Darius commanded from his war chariot. This was the decisive moment of the battle, perhaps of Alexander's entire campaign. As the Macedonian cavalry thundered toward him, Darius was faced with a choice: stand and risk death or capture, or retreat and risk the collapse of his army's morale. He chose retreat, as he had at Issus 2 years earlier. The Persian king turned his chariot and fled the battlefield. In most ancient battles, the bulk of casualties occurred during the rout, when one army broke and fled while the other pursued and cut down the fleeing soldiers. Gaugamela was no exception. As word spread that Darius had fled, the Persian army began to disintegrate. What had been an organized force became a panicked mob, with every man thinking only of escape. Yet the battle was not entirely won. While Alexander pursued Darius, the Persian right wing had broken through the Macedonian left. Circling behind the main battle line, they reached the Macedonian camp, beginning to plunder it and free Persian prisoners. When news of this reached Parmenion, commanding the Macedonian left, he sent urgent messages to Alexander, begging for reinforcement. Alexander, though frustrated at having to abandon his pursuit of Darius, turned his cavalry around and charged back across the battlefield. By the time he arrived, the situation had already stabilized, and the remaining Persian forces were put to flight. The Battle of Gaugamela was over, and Alexander had achieved the impossible: total victory against an overwhelmingly larger force. The cost of the battle was high on both sides. The Macedonians lost perhaps 500 killed, the Persians many thousands, though ancient casualty figures are notoriously unreliable. What is certain is that Gaugamela effectively ended the Persian Empire as a coherent entity. Though Darius escaped the battlefield, he was later murdered by one of his own satraps, Bessus, who claimed the title of king before himself being captured and executed by Alexander. In the months following Gaugamela, Alexander captured the Persian capitals of Babylon, Susa, and Persepolis, seizing treasure beyond imagining. At Persepolis, he allowed his troops to loot and burn parts of the palace complex, a controversial act that some historians interpret as revenge for the Persian burning of Athens during the Greco-Persian Wars a century and a half earlier. With the Persian Empire defeated, many expected Alexander to return home in triumph. Instead, he pressed eastward, pursuing campaign after campaign through what is now Afghanistan, Pakistan, and into India. It was as if victory had only intensified his hunger for conquest, his desire to reach the edges of the world. Alexander's insatiable ambition would eventually lead to mutiny among his troops, who refused to go further into India, forcing him to turn back. He died in Babylon in 323 BCE, just 8 years after Gaugamela, possibly poisoned, possibly felled by disease, his vast empire already beginning to fragment among his competing generals. Yet the world Alexander left behind was fundamentally changed by his conquests. The Battle of Gaugamela did more than destroy the Persian Empire. It opened the door to a new era of cultural interchange between East and West. The Hellenistic period that followed saw Greek culture spread throughout the former Persian territories, influencing art, architecture, philosophy, and religion from Egypt to Afghanistan. Cities founded by Alexander, such as Alexandria in Egypt, became centers of learning and commerce that would flourish for centuries. Alexander himself remains an enigmatic figure, a brilliant military strategist whose personal life was marked by extremes of behavior. Capable of both extraordinary generosity and shocking cruelty, he was a man of contradictions. He massacred the population of Thebes early in his reign, but later adopted Persian customs and encouraged his officers to marry Persian women, envisioning a blending of cultures that was centuries ahead of its time. Perhaps most remarkable about Alexander is how his legend has endured and grown over the millennia. He appears as a character in the literature and mythology of cultures from Greece to Ethiopia, from medieval Europe to Persia itself, where he is known as Iskandar. Every age has found in Alexander a reflection of its own values and aspirations, casting him variously as a philosopher king, a ruthless conqueror, a scientific explorer, or a tragic hero consumed by his own ambition. The Battle of Gaugamela stands as the crowning military achievement of this legendary figure, a testament to what can be accomplished through a combination of meticulous planning, bold execution, and the personal courage to lead from the front. Even today, military academies study Alexander's tactics at Gaugamela as a perfect example of how an outnumbered force can defeat a superior enemy through superior leadership and strategy. 3,000 years have passed since that dusty plain ran red with blood, since the fate of empires hung in the balance on a single autumn day. The world Alexander knew has vanished, buried beneath layer upon layer of subsequent history. Yet the echoes of Gaugamela still resonate, a reminder that sometimes history turns not on the actions of vast, impersonal forces, but on the vision and will of extraordinary individuals who dare to reshape the world according to their dreams. There are dark chapters in human history when warfare transcends the boundaries of conquest and enters the realm of annihilation, when the victor seeks not just to defeat their enemy, but to erase them from the face of the earth. The Third Punic War and the Siege of Carthage that concluded it in 146 BCE stand as perhaps the most chilling example of this phenomenon in the ancient world, a deliberate act of cultural genocide that would echo through the centuries as both a warning and a terrible precedent. To understand the full horror of Carthage's destruction, we must first understand the relationship between Rome and this great North African city. Carthage was not some minor settlement, but a wealthy maritime empire that had dominated the western Mediterranean for centuries. Founded by Phoenician settlers from Tyre in the 9th century BCE, Carthage had grown into a commercial and naval power whose influence stretched from Sicily to Spain, whose ships plied trade routes from Britain to the Black Sea. Rome and Carthage had already fought two brutal conflicts known to history as the First and Second Punic Wars. The first, from 264 to 241 BCE, saw Rome emerge as a naval power and strip Carthage of its territories in Sicily. The second, from 218 to 201 BCE, brought the legendary Carthaginian general Hannibal to the very gates of Rome after his audacious crossing of the Alps with war elephants. Though Hannibal was eventually defeated, he had inflicted wounds on the Roman psyche that would never fully heal, creating a deep-seated fear and hatred of Carthage that would fester for generations. The peace terms imposed after the Second Punic War were deliberately harsh, designed to ensure Carthage could never again threaten Roman power. The once great empire was reduced to its core territory in North Africa, forbidden from raising an army without Roman permission, and burdened with crushing war reparations. Yet despite these restrictions, Carthage showed remarkable resilience. Within decades, the city had rebuilt its economy through agriculture and trade, paying off its debt to Rome ahead of schedule and beginning to regain some of its former prosperity. This recovery alarmed certain factions in Rome, particularly those led by the elder statesman Marcus Porcius Cato. Cato had visited Carthage and been shocked by its evident recovery and prosperity. From that point forward, he concluded every speech in the Roman Senate, regardless of the topic, with the phrase "Ceterum censeo Carthaginem esse delendum." Furthermore, I believe Carthage must be destroyed. Cato and his allies portrayed Carthage as an existential threat to Rome, despite the fact that the city was abiding by the terms of the peace treaty and posed no military danger. They sought a pretext for war, and in 149 BCE, they found one. When Carthage defended itself against incursions by Numidia, a Roman ally, Rome declared this an act of war, despite having previously encouraged Numidia's provocations. The Romans dispatched an army to North Africa under the consuls Manius Manilius and Lucius Marcius Censorinus, with secret orders that revealed their true intentions. They demanded that the Carthaginians surrender all their weapons and armor as a gesture of submission. When the Carthaginians complied, stripping their arsenals bare, the Romans revealed their actual demand. The city of Carthage itself must be abandoned, and a new settlement established at least 10 miles inland, away from the sea that was the source of Carthaginian power and identity. This was not a demand for surrender, but for cultural suicide. Carthage had been a maritime power for over 700 years. To abandon the sea would mean abandoning everything that made them Carthaginian. The city's leaders, having already surrendered their means of defense, now faced an impossible choice: submit to national extinction or fight against overwhelming odds with whatever weapons they could improvise. They chose to fight. The entire population of Carthage, men and women, young and old, mobilized for the city's defense. They converted public buildings into weapons factories, melting down statues and monuments for metal. Women cut off their hair to make bowstrings for newly crafted bows. Working day and night, they produced an estimated 18,000 shields, 12,000 swords, and 60,000 catapult projectiles in a matter of months. The Romans, expecting an easy victory after the Carthaginians had surrendered their weapons, were stunned by this resistance. Their initial assaults on the city were repulsed with heavy losses. What they had envisioned as a quick punitive action turned into a prolonged siege that would last 3 bitter years. Carthage was well designed for defense. The city was built on a peninsula connected to the mainland by a narrow isthmus, with massive walls on all sides. The harbor was protected by both natural features and ingenious engineering, including underwater barriers to prevent enemy ships from entering. Food and water supplies had been stockpiled, allowing the population to withstand a lengthy blockade. For 2 years, the siege proceeded fitfully, with neither side gaining a decisive advantage. Roman commanders came and went, unable to break the Carthaginian defenses. Meanwhile, in Rome, frustration grew at the unexpectedly prolonged conflict. In 147 BCE, command of the Roman forces was given to Publius Cornelius Scipio Aemilianus, the adopted grandson of Scipio Africanus, who had defeated Hannibal in the Second Punic War. Young, energetic, and possessing both military skill and political connections, Scipio brought new determination to the Roman effort. His first action was to tighten the blockade of Carthage, cutting off the city from any outside supplies. He constructed a massive mole across the harbor entrance, isolating the city entirely. The Carthaginians responded with remarkable ingenuity, secretly digging a new channel from their inner harbor to the sea, allowing their ships to slip out and bring in limited supplies. When this fleet suddenly appeared from what the Romans had thought was a sealed harbor, it seemed like a miracle, a testament to Carthaginian determination and engineering skill. But determination alone could not overcome the growing reality of starvation. As the siege dragged into its 3rd year, conditions inside Carthage deteriorated rapidly. Food became scarce, then non-existent. Disease spread through the weakened population. Desperation mounted, with some accounts suggesting that cannibalism may have occurred in the final months of the siege. In the spring of 146 BCE, Scipio launched his final assault. The Romans breached the outer walls and fought their way into the city proper. What followed was not a battle but a massacre. The Romans moved methodically from house to house, street to street, slaughtering everyone they encountered. Those who weren't killed immediately were taken as slaves, an estimated 50,000 people condemned to a life of bondage throughout the Roman world. For 6 days, the fighting continued as the Romans pushed toward the citadel of Byzasa at the city's heart, where the last defenders had gathered. Here, in a temple to Eshmun, the Carthaginian god of healing, the city's remaining leaders surrendered to Scipio, begging only for their lives. Scipio granted mercy to these few, but for the city itself, there would be none. The final horror of Carthage's destruction was yet to come. Once the fighting had ended, Scipio received instructions directly from the Roman Senate. Carthage was to be destroyed completely, not just defeated, not just conquered, but erased from existence. The city was to be razed to the ground, its very foundations uprooted, the land plowed with salt so that nothing would ever grow there again. For 17 days, Carthage burned. The fire was so intense that many Roman soldiers had to keep their distance from the heat. Buildings that had stood for centuries collapsed into ash. Libraries containing invaluable Phoenician knowledge and literature were consumed by flames. representing an incalculable loss to human history and understanding. The great temple of Eshmun, the temple of Tanit, the harbor of admirals, the Senate house, all were reduced to rubble and then to dust. When the fire finally died down, Roman workers moved in to complete the destruction. They demolished any structures still standing, pulled up foundations, and according to some accounts, plowed the earth with salt, though modern historians debate whether this actually occurred. What is certain is that the Romans were determined that Carthage should cease to exist, not just as a political entity, but as a physical place and cultural memory. Scipio himself, watching the great city burn, is said to have wept and quoted lines from Homer's Iliad. "A day will come when sacred Troy shall perish, and Priam and his people shall be slain." When asked why he wept for his enemy, Scipio reportedly replied that he saw in Carthage's fate a warning for Rome itself, that all empires are mortal, all glory temporary. The destruction of Carthage marked the end of the Third Punic War, though calling it a war stretches the definition of the term. It was less a conflict between equals than the deliberate annihilation of a civilization by a power that had already rendered it militarily harmless. The siege and destruction of Carthage was not about security or conquest, but about elimination, the removal of a cultural and economic rival whose very existence was deemed intolerable. The psychological impact of Carthage's destruction reverberated throughout the Mediterranean world. Here was proof of Rome's willingness to erase entire civilizations that stood in its path. The message to other potential rivals was clear. Resistance means not just defeat but obliteration. Many historians mark the fall of Carthage as the moment when Rome transformed from a republic fighting for survival and hegemony into an imperial power that recognized no limits to its authority. For the Romans themselves, the destruction of Carthage became a turning point in their own history, though not in the way they might have expected. With their greatest external threat removed, internal divisions within Roman society began to surface. The vast wealth flowing into Rome from conquered territories exacerbated inequalities between the elite and common citizens. Political violence became increasingly common. Within a century of Carthage's destruction, the Roman Republic itself would be in its death throes, giving way to imperial rule. The site of Carthage remained officially abandoned for over a century, though some settlement likely continued in the area. In 122 BCE, Gaius Gracchus attempted to establish a Roman colony called Junonia on the site, but the project was abandoned after his assassination. Finally, in 29 BCE, Augustus established Colonia Julia Carthago on the site, beginning the city's rebirth as a Roman provincial capital. Roman Carthage would eventually become one of the most important cities in the empire, a center of early Christianity and the home of important figures like Saint Augustine. The Roman city was later conquered by the Vandals in the 5th century CE, recaptured by the Byzantines, and finally destroyed by Arab invaders in the late 7th century. Today, the ruins of ancient Carthage lie scattered among the suburbs of modern Tunis, a shadow of what was once the Mediterranean's greatest maritime empire. The destruction of Carthage raises uncomfortable questions about humanity's capacity for cultural violence. The Romans did not just defeat a military opponent, they attempted to erase an entire civilization from memory. In doing so, they deprived future generations of the art, literature, religious practices, and historical records of a people who had contributed significantly to Mediterranean culture for centuries. What makes the fate of Carthage particularly chilling is how deliberate it was. This was not destruction in the heat of battle, but a cold, calculated decision to eliminate a culture root and branch. The Roman statesman Cato, with his infamous refrain, "Carthage must be destroyed," exemplifies this mentality, a belief that peaceful coexistence with a former enemy was impossible, that only their complete elimination would suffice. Historians still debate whether the destruction of Carthage should be classified as an ancient genocide. By modern definitions, the deliberate attempt to destroy a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group qualifies as genocide. The Romans certainly aimed to destroy the Carthaginians as a distinct cultural and political entity, suggesting parallels with more recent atrocities. Yet Carthage's destruction also differs from modern genocide in important ways. The Romans did not seek to kill all ethnic Carthaginians wherever they might be found. Their target was the city itself, as a political and cultural entity. Those who survived the siege were enslaved rather than exterminated. A horrible fate, but one that did not preclude eventual integration into Roman society or the possibility that their descendants might become Roman citizens. Perhaps the most apt comparison is to what modern analysts call cultural genocide, the deliberate destruction of a group's cultural heritage and identity. The burning of Carthage's temples, the destruction of its archives, and the erasure of its physical landmarks were all intended to ensure that Carthaginian culture would fade from memory, that future generations would know of Carthage only what the Romans chose to tell them. In this, the Romans were largely successful. Our knowledge of Carthaginian civilization comes primarily through Roman sources, inevitably biased against their longtime enemy. Carthaginian literature, religion, and history survive only in fragments, glimpsed through archaeological remains, and the occasional reference in Greek or Roman texts. This erasure of history represents perhaps the most lasting tragedy of Carthage's destruction. An entire perspective on the ancient world was silenced, leaving us with a historical narrative dominated by the victors. We know of Hannibal's military genius but little of Carthaginian poetry. We learn of Carthaginian barbaric practices from hostile Roman sources, but have lost the religious texts that might have explained their spiritual beliefs. The fall of Carthage stands as a stark reminder of the fragility of civilization itself. A city that had stood for 7 centuries, that had created wealth and art and knowledge, was reduced to ashes in a matter of days. Its destruction reminds us that our monuments, our books, our very cultures exist always under the shadow of potential annihilation, that what takes generations to build can be undone in moments of hatred and fear. Yet there is also resilience in this story. Though Roman Carthage was built literally upon the ashes of its predecessor, elements of Punic culture survived in North Africa, influencing language, agriculture, and religion for centuries to come. The memory of Carthage lived on, inspiring resistance to Roman rule and later serving as a symbol of African identity during the early Christian period. Today, the ruins of ancient Carthage are a UNESCO World Heritage Site, protected for future generations to study and contemplate. Archaeologists continue to uncover new information about this vanished civilization, slowly reconstructing what was so deliberately destroyed. In this way, the story of Carthage continues, a testament to both humanity's capacity for destruction and our equally powerful desire to remember, to understand, to preserve the lessons of the past. As we reflect on the siege and destruction of Carthage nearly 2,200 years later, perhaps the most important lesson is how easily fear can transform into hatred, and hatred into annihilation. The Romans did not destroy Carthage because they had to, but because they convinced themselves they had no other choice. In that self-deception lies a warning that echoes across the centuries, a reminder of how easily the veneer of civilization can be stripped away when we begin to see our enemies not as fellow humans, but as existential threats that must be eliminated at any cost. From the ashes of Carthage, this warning still speaks to us today, across the vast expanse of time that separates us from those who witnessed the flames. It asks us to remember what was lost, to learn from the past, and to recognize the terrible consequences when a society decides that the only path to security lies in the complete destruction of those they fear. For in that decision lies not strength, but a profound moral weakness, one that ultimately diminishes not just the destroyed but the destroyers as well. The morning sun cast long shadows across the plains of Cannae as 2 massive armies faced each other in deadly silence. The date was August 2nd, 216 before Common Era, And what would unfold on this dusty battlefield would become one of the most studied military encounters in human history. This wasn't just another clash of armies. This was the day when Hannibal Barca would demonstrate a level of tactical brilliance that military strategists would still be discussing more than 2,000 years later. Imagine standing on a hilltop overlooking the field that morning. Below you, nearly 150,000 men prepare for battle, the air thick with tension. The Romans, nearly 86,000 strong, their red shields and armor gleaming in the morning light, stood in formation, confidence radiating from their ranks. After all, they had numbers on their side. They outnumbered the Carthaginians almost 2-1. The Roman consuls Lucius Aemilius Paulus and Gaius Terentius Varro surely felt victory within their grasp. How could they lose with such overwhelming numerical superiority? But across the field waited Hannibal with his 50,000 men, a force that had already crossed the seemingly impassable Alps, defeated Roman armies at Trebia and Lake Trasimene, and struck fear into the heart of the Roman Republic itself. These weren't just soldiers. They were survivors of some of the most grueling campaigns ever undertaken. Veterans who had followed their commander from Spain, through Gaul, over mountains that claimed the lives of thousands, and into the Italian peninsula itself. They trusted Hannibal completely, and he was about to demonstrate why. What makes Cannae so fascinating, so worthy of our attention even after all these centuries, is not just the scale of the battle but the sheer audacity of Hannibal's strategy. He was outnumbered, fighting on Roman territory, with his back quite literally to a river. Conventional wisdom would suggest a cautious approach, perhaps even retreat. But Hannibal wasn't interested in conventional wisdom. He saw something the Romans didn't, a fatal flaw in their confidence, in their rigid tactics. He was about to turn the Romans' greatest strength, their numbers, into their greatest weakness. The Roman formation that day was typical of their military doctrine, heavy infantry packed in tight, deep formations, designed to smash through enemy lines with sheer mass and discipline. The maniples, as they were known, were arranged in a checkerboard pattern, allowing fresh troops to move forward as needed. It was this formation that had conquered most of the Mediterranean world. The Romans had absolute faith in it, perhaps too much faith. Hannibal arranged his troops in a most unusual manner. His center, composed mainly of Gallic and Spanish infantry, was positioned slightly forward, forming a convex line bulging toward the Romans. His veteran African heavy infantry, the elite of his army, were positioned on the flanks. His cavalry, superior to the Romans in both numbers and skill, were positioned on the extreme edges of his line. To anyone with military experience at the time, this formation might have seemed bizarre, perhaps even desperate. But Hannibal knew exactly what he was doing. As the battle commenced, the Roman infantry advanced confidently toward the Carthaginian center. The sound of thousands of sandaled feet moving in unison must have been like distant thunder growing ever closer. The clash when they met was violent and immediate, but something unexpected happened. The Carthaginian center didn't break as the Romans expected. Instead, it began to give way slowly in a controlled retreat, bending inward but not breaking. Imagine the confusion among the Roman ranks as they pushed forward, sensing victory as the enemy center seemed to crumble before them. The Roman soldiers pressed forward eagerly, pushing their comrades from behind, sensing that one final surge would break the enemy line completely. This was what they had trained for, to smash through the enemy formation and then roll up their flanks. Victory seemed certain. What the Romans failed to realize was that they were walking into one of the most perfectly executed traps in military history. As their center pushed deeper into the Carthaginian formation, the Roman flanks became exposed. That was when Hannibal sprung his trap. The elite African infantry on his flanks pivoted inward, while his cavalry, having driven off their Roman counterparts, swung around to attack the Roman formation from behind. The Roman army, which had been advancing with such confidence, now found itself surrounded on three sides. Worse still, As more Roman soldiers had pressed forward into what they thought was a collapsing enemy line, they became so tightly packed that they could barely raise their arms to wield their weapons. The famous Roman discipline gave way to confusion and then to panic. What followed was not so much a battle as a slaughter. For hours, the Carthaginians tightened the noose around the Roman army. The heat, the dust, the screams of the dying, the crush of bodies, it must have been a scene from the darkest nightmares. By day's end, nearly 70,000 Roman soldiers lay dead on the field. Some historians suggest that the Carthaginians were killing at a rate of 600 Romans per minute during the height of the slaughter. The consul Paulus was among the dead, while Varro fled with what remained of the Roman cavalry. Hannibal lost barely 6,000 men. The scale of the defeat sent shock waves throughout the Roman Republic. 1/5 of the male population of Rome of fighting age had been wiped out in a single afternoon. The road to Rome itself lay open. Many of Rome's allies, seeing which way the wind was blowing, defected to Hannibal's side. It seemed as though the great Roman Republic, still centuries away from becoming an empire, might be extinguished right then and there. And yet, strangely, Hannibal did not march on Rome. This decision has been debated by historians for centuries. Some argue that he lacked the siege equipment necessary to take a city like Rome. Others suggest his army was too depleted after years of campaigning to risk such an undertaking. And some believe that Hannibal never actually intended to destroy Rome completely, but rather hoped to force them to accept peace terms favorable to Carthage. Whatever the reason, this hesitation would ultimately prove costly. Rome, displaying the remarkable resilience that would become its hallmark, raised new armies and adopted new tactics. They avoided direct confrontation with Hannibal, instead targeting his allies and supply lines. The war would drag on for 14 more years, eventually moving to North Africa, where Hannibal would finally be defeated at the Battle of Zama. But the genius displayed at Cannae would never be forgotten. The double envelopment maneuver, now often called the pincer movement, would be studied and emulated by generals throughout history. From Genghis Khan to Frederick the Great, from Napoleon to Rommel, military commanders have sought to recreate what Hannibal achieved that day. Perhaps most tellingly, for centuries afterward, Roman military training specifically addressed how to avoid another Cannae. The psychological impact of the defeat was so profound that it changed Roman military doctrine permanently. No longer would they rely solely on the strength of their legions. They became more cautious, more strategic, and ultimately more successful. What makes Cannae so fascinating, even after all these centuries, is not just the tactical brilliance displayed, but the psychological dimensions of the battle. Hannibal understood that the Romans expected a certain type of engagement and used those expectations against them. He recognized that sometimes the greatest weakness can be overconfidence, that discipline can turn to rigidity, and that numerical superiority can become a liability when space is constrained. In many ways, Cannae represents one of those rare moments in history where a single individual's vision and understanding changed the course of events. Had the battle gone differently, had Rome collapsed after this defeat, the entire history of Western civilization might have unfolded along a different path. The Latin language, Roman law, and many aspects of culture that form the bedrock of Western society might never have spread as they did. And that, perhaps, is the most intriguing aspect of studying these ancient battles. They weren't just clashes of armies or contests between generals. They were pivot points in human history, moments when the future hung in the balance, when the actions of a few determined the fate of millions yet unborn. As we look back across the centuries at the blood-soaked field of Cannae, we're not just examining a military engagement. We're witnessing one of those rare moments when history itself held its breath. Deep in the ancient forests of Germania, where sunlight barely penetrated the thick canopy of oak and beech trees, one of history's most consequential ambushes was about to unfold. The year was 9 Common Era, and 3 Roman legions were marching through territory they believed to be pacified, led by a man who thought he understood the land and its people. He couldn't have been more wrong. What happened in those dark woods would not only result in one of Rome's most catastrophic defeats, but would permanently alter the empire's expansion and reshape the map of Europe for centuries to come. The Romans called it Saltus Teutoburgensis, the Teutoburg forest. Today, we know it as a ridge of hills in modern-day Germany near the city of Osnabrück. But to properly understand the magnitude of what happened there, we need to step back and consider the context. By 9 Common Era, Rome had been expanding for centuries. The Mediterranean was effectively a Roman lake. Gaul, modern France, had been conquered. The empire's borders seemed limited only by the ambition of its leaders and the strength of its legions. Germania, the vast wilderness east of the Rhine River, appeared to be next. Augustus, Rome's first emperor, had sent his stepson Drusus and later his adopted son Tiberius to subdue the Germanic tribes. By the year 7 Common Era, the Romans believed they had largely succeeded. Roman forts dotted the landscape between the Rhine and Elbe rivers. Roman administrators collected taxes. Roman merchants conducted trade. On the surface, it seemed that Germania was well on its way to becoming just another Roman province. The man charged with overseeing this transition was Publius Quinctilius Varus, an experienced administrator who had previously governed Syria. To assist him in understanding the local tribes, Varus relied heavily on a young Germanic nobleman named Arminius. And this is where our story takes its fateful turn. For Arminius was not what he appeared to be. Arminius had been sent to Rome as a hostage in his youth, a common practice to ensure the good behavior of conquered peoples. There, he had received a Roman education, learned Latin, gained Roman citizenship, and even been elevated to the equestrian class. He had served in the Roman army and understood Roman military tactics intimately. By all outward appearances, he was the perfect example of successful Romanization, a barbarian transformed into a civilized ally of the empire. But beneath this carefully cultivated exterior burned the heart of a freedom fighter. Arminius had not forgotten his people or their ways. He had not forgiven Rome for its incursions into his homeland, and he had been patiently waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. In the year 9, that moment arrived. Late in the summer of that year, Varus received reports of a local uprising. Following standard procedure, and the advice of his trusted advisor Arminius, he decided to march his forces to the troubled area before settling into winter quarters. His army consisted of 3 full legions, the 17th, 18th, and 19th, plus 3 cavalry squadrons and 6 cohorts of auxiliary troops. All told, perhaps 15,000 to 20,000 men, along with camp followers, servants, and families. What Varus didn't know was that there was no uprising. It was a ruse orchestrated by Arminius, who had secretly united several Germanic tribes for an audacious plan to destroy the Roman occupation force. As the Roman column stretched for miles through the unfamiliar forest, Arminius asked for permission to ride ahead, supposedly to gather intelligence and rally loyal Germanic auxiliaries. Varus granted this request without suspicion. Once out of sight, Arminius joined his confederates, who had prepared an elaborate trap along the Roman line of march. The Romans were not marching in battle formation. Their column was extended, their flanks exposed. They were encumbered with baggage and slowed by the presence of non-combatants. The terrain was difficult, dense forest, broken by ravines and marshland. Heavy rains had made the ground muddy and treacherous. Visibility was limited. In short, they were in the worst possible position when the attack came. The Germanic warriors struck from the cover of the trees, hurling spears before charging with their long swords. The initial assault was likely against the marching column's flanks, where the Romans' formidable shields offered less protection. Confusion spread quickly. The legionaries, masters of open-field battle with their disciplined formations and tactical flexibility, found themselves unable to deploy effectively in the restricted space. Varus attempted to establish a fortified camp, following standard Roman procedures for when an army was under threat. But the relentless attacks, the unfamiliar terrain, and deteriorating weather conditions made this nearly impossible. The Romans found themselves fighting not just against human enemies, but against nature itself. The battle, or rather series of running battles, continued for 3 days. The Romans fought desperately, trying to break through to open ground where their superior training and equipment might give them an advantage. But Arminius, intimately familiar with both the terrain and Roman tactics, had chosen the battlefield perfectly. There would be no escape. By the 3rd day, it was clear that annihilation was imminent. Varus, recognizing the magnitude of the disaster, fell on his own sword rather than face capture or witness the complete destruction of his command. Other high-ranking officers followed his example. The remaining Romans were systematically slaughtered or captured to face either slavery or ritual sacrifice. When it was over, 3 entire legions, roughly 1/10 of Rome's total military strength, had been wiped out. The 17th, 18th, and 19th legions were stricken from the Roman military register, their numbers never used again, a singular dishonor that speaks to the traumatic impact of the defeat. The psychological effect on Rome was profound. The historian Suetonius tells us that when Emperor Augustus received news of the disaster, he was so distraught that he repeatedly banged his head against the walls of his palace, crying out, "Quinctilius Varus, give me back my legions." For months afterward, Augustus let his hair and beard grow as signs of mourning, an extraordinary gesture from an emperor known for his self-control. More tangibly, the defeat permanently changed Roman policy toward Germania. Though punitive expeditions were launched in subsequent years under Tiberius and Germanicus, Rome effectively abandoned its ambitions to conquer the lands east of the Rhine. The river became, along with the Danube further south, the permanent frontier of the Roman Empire in Central Europe. This seemingly tactical decision had enormous strategic and historical consequences. Had Rome successfully incorporated Germania, as it had Gaul, the linguistic, cultural, and political map of Europe would look radically different today. Germanic peoples might have been Latinized, as happened with the Gauls. Christianity might have spread differently. The later migrations and invasions that contributed to Rome's fall might never have occurred, or might have taken very different forms. In a very real sense, the modern division between Latin-derived languages and cultures in southwestern Europe and Germanic-influenced regions in the north and east can be traced back to those 3 bloody days in the Teutoburg forest. Arminius, known in German as Hermann, would be celebrated in later centuries as a German national hero, the liberator of Germania, as the Roman historian Tacitus called him. A massive monument to him, completed in 1875, still stands near Detmold, Germany. Yet his victory did not lead to lasting personal success. The tribal confederacy he had assembled quickly fell apart, reverting to its previous internecine conflicts. Arminius himself was murdered by his own relatives about a decade after his greatest triumph. In recent decades, archaeologists have uncovered compelling evidence of the battle at a site called Chalcris. Thousands of Roman artifacts, weapons, coins, tools, and personal items have been excavated, many showing signs of violent destruction. Perhaps most chillingly, researchers have found evidence of what appears to be ritual displaying of Roman skulls on posts or trees, a lasting testament to the ferocity of the Germanic victory. The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest reminds us that history often turns on unexpected pivots, on moments when carefully laid plans collapse, when trusted allies betray, when the unthinkable becomes reality. It demonstrates how a single defeat, in the right place and at the right time, can change the course of empires. And perhaps most poignantly, it illustrates how forces set in motion by individuals can have consequences far beyond anything they might have imagined. As we look back across 2 millennia at those dark woods, we can almost hear the echoes of that desperate struggle. A moment when the seemingly unstoppable expansion of the world's greatest empire was decisively checked, when the future of Europe hung in the balance, and when the course of Western civilization was altered forever. The warm waters of the Ionian Sea glittered beneath the September sun as two fleets faced each other near the promontory of Actium in northwestern Greece. It was the 2nd of September, 31 before Common Era, and the fate of the Roman world hung in the balance. This was not merely a naval engagement, but the final act in a power struggle that had divided the Roman Republic and would ultimately transform it into the Roman Empire. On one side stood Octavian, grandnephew and adopted son of Julius Caesar. On the other, Mark Antony and his ally and lover, Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of ancient Egypt. What transpired that day would not only determine who would rule Rome, but would shape the course of Western civilization for centuries to come. To understand the significance of Actium, we must first understand how these powerful figures came to face each other on opposite sides of a battle line. After the assassination of Julius Caesar in 44 before Common Era, power in Rome had initially been divided between Octavian, Mark Antony, and Marcus Aemilius Lepidus in what historians call the Second Triumvirate. But such arrangements are rarely stable, and this one was no exception. Lepidus was eventually sidelined, leaving Octavian to control the western provinces, while Antony took charge in the east. It was in the east that Antony encountered Cleopatra, who had previously been Julius Caesar's lover and ally. Their relationship quickly became both personal and political. Cleopatra provided Antony with wealth and resources to fund his military campaigns. Antony, in turn, confirmed Cleopatra's hold on Egypt and even expanded her territories, going so far as to declare her son by Caesar, Caesarion, to be Caesar's legitimate heir, a direct challenge to Octavian's position as Caesar's adopted son. The relationship was scandalous by Roman standards. Antony was already married to Octavian's sister Octavia, and his affair with a foreign queen was seen as both adulterous and un-Roman. Worse still, rumors spread that Antony planned to move the capital of the Roman world from Rome to Alexandria, and that he had begun to adopt Egyptian customs and religious practices. Whether these rumors were true or exaggerated is less important than the fact that they were believed by many Romans. Octavian, a master of propaganda, seized upon this public sentiment. He portrayed himself as the defender of Roman traditions against Eastern decadence, as the rightful heir of Caesar against a man who had fallen under the spell of a foreign seductress. He even went so far as to obtain and publicize Antony's will, which reportedly left significant legacies to his children by Cleopatra, and expressed a wish to be buried in Alexandria rather than Rome. This was the final straw. In 32 before Common Era, the Roman Senate, under Octavian's influence, stripped Antony of his powers and declared war, not technically on Antony himself, but on Cleopatra. As tensions escalated, both sides prepared for the inevitable confrontation. Antony and Cleopatra assembled a fleet of nearly 500 ships and an army of more than 100,000 men, drawn from throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Octavian, with his brilliant general Agrippa, commanded a somewhat smaller but more nimble fleet and a comparable land force. They established a blockade of Antony's position at Actium, where the Gulf of Ambracia meets the Ionian Sea. By late August of 31 before Common Era, Antony's situation was becoming desperate. Disease was spreading through his camp, and desertion was rampant. His land forces were effectively cut off, and his fleet was running short of supplies and experienced crews, many of whom had succumbed to illness. He needed to break the blockade and escape to Egypt, where he could regroup and continue the fight on more favorable terms. The morning of September 2nd dawned clear and calm, perfect conditions for a naval battle. Antony's fleet began to move out of the Gulf, with Cleopatra's squadron of 60 ships following behind. Octavian's forces, seeing their opportunity, moved to engage. What followed was one of the largest naval battles of ancient times. Antony's fleet consisted primarily under Christian influence, rather than becoming part of the Islamic world. The religious dimension of Tours cannot be overlooked. While it would be simplistic to characterize the battle as purely a clash between Christianity and Islam, political, economic, and cultural factors were certainly at play. The religious element was undeniably important. For the Franks, defense of Christian holy sites like the Shrine of Saint Martin at Tours provided powerful motivation. For the Muslim forces, the concept of jihad, though understood differently than in modern times, offered spiritual significance to their campaign. What makes the Battle of Tours particularly fascinating is how differently it has been viewed by different cultures and in different eras. In Western European tradition, particularly during the medieval period and again during the height of colonialism, the battle was celebrated as a crucial victory that saved Christian civilization. The very name given to Charles afterward, Martel, meaning the hammer, reflects this triumphalist view. In Islamic historiography, by contrast, the battle receives much less attention. Some early Muslim chroniclers barely mention it, describing it as merely a raid that went awry, not a pivotal historical moment. This discrepancy reminds us that history is always viewed through cultural lenses, and what seems monumental from one perspective may appear incidental from another. Modern historians have generally taken a more nuanced view. While acknowledging that Tours was significant, they place it within broader contexts. The overextension of Umayyad power, internal divisions within the caliphate, logistical challenges of maintaining supply lines over vast distances, and the inherent difficulties of controlling territories with very different cultures and traditions. The battlefield tactics employed at Tours also deserve attention for their historical significance. The victory of Frankish infantry over the supposedly superior Muslim cavalry challenged conventional military wisdom of the era. Charles Martel's emphasis on heavily armed and disciplined infantry would influence European military development for centuries. His army represented an early step in the evolution that would eventually lead to the armored knights and men at arms of the High Middle Ages. Similarly, the battle highlighted the importance of leadership and discipline in warfare. The Frankish forces maintained their cohesion even under intense pressure, while the Muslim army fragmented after the death of their commander. This lesson in the importance of leadership continuity and unit cohesion would be observed and incorporated into military thinking on both sides of the religious divide. Beyond the military and religious aspects, Tours had profound cultural implications. Had Muslim expansion continued successfully northward, the linguistic, artistic, legal, and philosophical development of Western Europe would almost certainly have followed different paths. While we should avoid simplistic, what-if scenarios, it's worth considering how different our modern world might be had that autumn day in 732 produced a different outcome. Would Latin have remained the language of learning throughout Western Europe, or might Arabic have displaced it in many regions, as it did in North Africa? Would the architectural landscape of France be dominated by Gothic cathedrals, or might we see more minarets and domes? Would the Renaissance, with its particular revival of classical learning filtered through Christian theology, have taken the form that it did? These questions are unanswerable but highlight the pivotal nature of the battle. As with many crucial historical events, the Battle of Tours represents a moment when multiple historical threads converged. The expanding Islamic Caliphate, having conquered vast territories in just a century, met the rising power of the Franks, who would go on to create the first post-Roman Empire in Western Europe. Traditional Roman military tactics, preserved and adapted by the Byzantines and Visigoths, confronted the innovative mobile warfare of the Muslim forces. The Mediterranean cultural world, with its Greco-Roman and Middle Eastern influences, clashed with the emerging civilization of Northern Europe. When we look back at Tours from our vantage point nearly 13 centuries later, we're not just examining an isolated military engagement, but observing one of history's crucial inflection points. A moment when the historical trajectory of an entire continent hung in the balance. The world we inhabit today, with its particular religious, cultural, and political geography, was in many ways shaped by those fateful hours on an autumn day between Tours and Poitiers, when two great civilizations collided and the future of Europe was decided. Of large quinquiremes, massive warships with 5 banks of oars, towering several stories above the water, and equipped with various artillery and missile weapons. These vessels were essentially floating fortresses, designed for boarding actions and close-quarters combat. Octavian's fleet, by contrast, featured more of the smaller, more maneuverable Liburnian vessels, which could outpace and outmaneuver the heavier ships. As the battle was joined, it quickly became apparent that Antony's ships were at a disadvantage. His crews, weakened by disease and less experienced in naval warfare, struggled to execute effective maneuvers. Octavian's vessels, commanded by the skilled Agrippa, worked to isolate individual enemy ships, attacking them from multiple angles. The fighting was intense, with arrows, javelins, and fire projectiles filling the air, while Marines attempted to board enemy vessels when they came alongside. Then, at a critical moment in the battle, something unexpected happened. Cleopatra's squadron, which had been held in reserve behind the main battle line, suddenly hoisted its sails and began to move through a gap in the fighting, heading for the open sea. More shocking still, Antony, upon seeing this, abandoned his flagship, transferred to a smaller vessel, and followed her, leaving his fleet and army behind. The sight of their commander fleeing had a devastating effect on Antony's forces. Though some ships continued to fight fiercely, many surrendered. By the end of the day, Octavian had won a decisive victory. Antony's fleet was largely destroyed or captured, and his army, left without leadership or supplies, surrendered a few days later. Why did Cleopatra flee, and why did Antony follow? Some historians suggest that this was a prearranged plan, that they had always intended to break through the blockade with part of their fleet and make for Egypt. Others argue that Cleopatra panicked when the battle turned against them, and that Antony, blinded by love or desperation, chose to follow her rather than stay with his men. Whatever the reason, their flight sealed their fate and that of the Roman Republic. Antony and Cleopatra reached Egypt safely, but found themselves in an increasingly hopeless position. Octavian pursued them methodically, securing his position and gathering allies before making his final move. As he approached Alexandria in the summer of 30 before Common Era, Antony's remaining forces began to desert him. After a failed attempt at resistance and believing falsely that Cleopatra had already committed suicide, Antony fell on his sword. He was carried to Cleopatra's mausoleum and died in her arms. Cleopatra, knowing that she would be taken to Rome as a prisoner to be displayed in Octavian's triumph, chose to follow Antony in death. According to the traditional account, she arranged for a poisonous snake, an asp, to be smuggled to her in a basket of figs. Its bite provided a quick and relatively painless death, which she preferred to the humiliation of captivity. She was 39 years old. With their deaths, resistance to Octavian collapsed. He annexed Egypt, ending the Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled since the time of Alexander the Great. He also had Caesarion, the teenage son of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra, and thus a potential rival claimant to Caesar's legacy, tracked down and executed. Octavian was now the undisputed master of the Roman world. The consequences of Actium were profound and far-reaching. Octavian, who would soon take the name Augustus, transformed the Roman Republic into the Roman Empire, establishing a system of government that would endure for centuries. The eastern provinces, which might have formed the core of an alternative power center under Antony and Cleopatra, were firmly integrated into the Roman system. Egypt, with its vast grain supplies and wealth, became not a separate allied kingdom, but a special imperial possession, governed directly by representatives of the emperor. On a cultural level, the victory of Octavian over Antony and Cleopatra has often been portrayed as a triumph of West over East, of Roman values over Oriental despotism. This perspective, deeply embedded in Western historical consciousness through works like Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra, oversimplifies a complex reality. Both Antony and Cleopatra were products of the Hellenistic world, that hybrid civilization that emerged from Alexander's conquests, blending Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and other cultural elements. And the Roman Empire that emerged from Actium would itself be increasingly influenced by Eastern religious and cultural ideas. Nevertheless, the Battle of Actium represents one of those pivotal moments when history could have taken a dramatically different course. Had Antony and Cleopatra prevailed, the center of Roman power might well have shifted eastward, and the cultural evolution of what we now call Western civilization might have followed a very different trajectory. The religious history of Europe might have unfolded differently, perhaps with greater early influence from Egyptian and Eastern cults. Latin might not have become the dominant linguistic and cultural force that it did in the Western Mediterranean. Instead, Actium secured Octavian's vision of Rome, a vision that would shape Western politics, law, literature, and art for millennia. The Pax Romana, the Roman peace, that followed under Augustus created the conditions for cultural and economic flourishing throughout the Mediterranean world. The empire he built would last in one form or another for nearly 5 centuries in the West and for nearly 15 centuries in the East as Byzantium. As we look back across more than 2,000 years to that fateful day at Actium, we see more than just ships and men in desperate combat. We see a turning point in human history, a moment when personal ambitions, cultural forces, and the tides of power converged to set our world on the path that led, however circuitously, to where we stand today. The autumn morning dawned crisp and cool over the plains between the cities of Tours and Poitiers in what is now central France. It was October, 732 Common Era, and 2 vast armies faced each other across an open field. 2 forces representing not just opposing military powers, but fundamentally different civilizations and visions for Europe's future. On one side stood Charles Martel, the powerful mayor of the palace of the Frankish kingdoms, with his heavy infantry of Franks and Burgundians. Facing them was Abdul-Rahman al-Ghafiqi, governor of Muslim Spain, commanding a predominantly Berber and Arab force that had swept northward through the Iberian Peninsula and into the heart of Gaul. What would unfold on that field would earn its place as one of the most consequential battles in world history, a confrontation that would quite literally determine the religious and cultural fate of Western Europe. To understand the significance of Tours, or Poitiers, as it is sometimes called, we need to step back and consider the extraordinary sequence of events that brought these 2 forces face to face. Just 100 years earlier, few could have imagined such a confrontation. Islam itself had only emerged in the early 7th century in the Arabian Peninsula. Yet within decades of the Prophet Muhammad's death in 632, Muslim armies had conquered vast territories, including Persia, Syria, Egypt, and much of North Africa. In 711, a mainly Berber force led by Tariq ibn Ziyad crossed the strait between Africa and Europe, now named Gibraltar after him, Jabal Tariq, or Mountain of Tariq, and defeated the Visigothic kingdom that ruled much of Iberia. Within a few years, nearly the entire peninsula had come under Muslim control, becoming the province of Al-Andalus within the Umayyad Caliphate. To the new rulers, the lands beyond the Pyrenees, the Frankish territories of Gaul, represented a natural next step in their expansion. Initially, Muslim raids into what is now southern France were primarily for plunder rather than conquest. But over time, more organized campaigns began. By 732, Abdul-Rahman al-Ghafiqi was leading a major expedition northward. After defeating Duke Udo of Aquitaine, his forces sacked Bordeaux and were advancing toward Tours, an important religious center containing the shrine of Saint Martin, one of the most revered saints in Christendom. Meanwhile, to the north, Charles Martel had been consolidating power in the Frankish kingdoms. Though not a king himself, he held the title mayor of the palace. Charles was the de facto ruler of the Frankish realms. He had spent years building a professional army and subduing various internal rivals. When news reached him of the advancing Muslim force, he moved to intercept them, gathering troops as he marched southward. The exact location of the battle remains uncertain. Traditional accounts place it between Tours and Poitiers, but some modern historians suggest it may have been closer to the city of Châtellerault. Wherever the precise spot, the confrontation was inevitable as the two armies maneuvered through the Loire Valley in the early autumn of 732. For 7 days, the armies faced each other without engaging, each assessing the other's strength and looking for advantage. Abdul-Rahman commanded a force that may have numbered between 20,000 and 80,000, primarily cavalry, swift, mobile, and experienced. The Muslim forces had achieved remarkable success using their superior mobility, hit-and-run tactics, and the shock effect of cavalry charges against the various opponents they had faced during their expansion. Charles Martel, by contrast, led a predominantly infantry force of similar or slightly smaller size. The Frankish soldiers were known for their discipline, and especially for their use of the shield wall, a tight formation where warriors stood shoulder to shoulder, their large shields creating an overlapping barrier that was difficult to break. Importantly, Charles had also integrated heavy infantry armed with long weapons like spears and francas, a type of throwing axe that could be particularly effective against cavalry. After a week of skirmishes and repositioning, Abdul-Rahman decided to attack. The Muslim cavalry advanced in waves, attempting to find a weak point in the Frankish lines. Contemporary accounts describe the Frankish formation as like a wall of ice, standing firm against repeated charges. Unlike many European forces that had faced Muslim armies before, Charles's troops maintained their discipline and their formation. The battle likely lasted most of the day, with the Muslim cavalry launching charge after charge, only to be repelled by the unyielding Frankish shield wall. Accounts suggest that the Franks managed to kill many of the enemy horses, forcing the riders to dismount and fight on foot, a significant disadvantage for warriors trained primarily for mounted combat. As the day wore on, a crucial moment came when a rumor spread through the Muslim ranks that a Frankish force was attacking their camp and threatening their plunder. Whether this was true or a tactical deception by Charles is unclear, but parts of the Muslim army began to withdraw to protect their supplies and treasure. This partial retreat created confusion in their ranks. Seeing the disorder, Charles ordered a counterattack. The Frankish forces moved forward in their tight formations, pushing against the now disorganized Muslim lines. In the chaos that followed, Abdul-Rahman himself was surrounded and killed. Without their leader, and with darkness approaching, the Muslim forces retreated from the battlefield. When dawn broke the next day, Charles prepared his men to face the enemy again, but scouts reported that the Muslim camp was empty. During the night, the remaining forces had quietly withdrawn, beginning the long retreat back toward the Iberian Peninsula. The Battle of Tours was over. The immediate consequences of the battle were significant but not overwhelming. Contrary to some dramatic accounts, the Muslim forces were not entirely destroyed. Most managed to retreat with substantial portions of their plunder. Nor did the battle immediately end Muslim incursions into Frankish territory. Raids would continue for years, particularly along the Mediterranean coast. However, Tours did mark the furthest point of Muslim advance into Western Europe. No subsequent expedition would penetrate as deeply into Frankish territory. In the decades that followed, Charles Martel and his successors would gradually push the frontier southward, eventually establishing the Spanish March as a buffer zone in the Pyrenees. The long-term historical significance of Tours has been debated by historians for centuries. The 19th century historian Edward Gibbon famously speculated that without Charles's victory, the interpretation of the Quran would now be taught in the schools of Oxford, and her pulpits might demonstrate to a circumcised people the sanctity and truth of the revelation of Mohammed. This view, that Tur single-handedly saved Western Christianity, is certainly an exaggeration. The Umayyad Caliphate was already showing signs of overextension and internal strain, and it's questionable whether they could have maintained control of territories so far from their centers of power, regardless of the outcome of this single battle. Nevertheless, Tur does represent a crucial turning point. It demonstrated that the seemingly unstoppable Muslim advance could, in fact, be stopped. It established the Franks, rather than the declining Visigoths or distant Byzantines, as the primary defenders of Christian Europe against Islamic expansion. And perhaps most significantly, it secured Charles Martel's position and reputation, paving the way for his son Pepin the Short to establish the Carolingian dynasty that would reach its apex under his grandson, Charlemagne. Charlemagne's empire, founded less than 70 years after Tur, would become the foundation of medieval European civilization. His alliance with the papacy, his educational and administrative reforms, his codification of laws, and his patronage of culture would shape European society for centuries. Had Charles Martel fallen at Tur, this future might never have unfolded as it did. There are moments in history when worlds collide, when civilizations hang in the balance, and when the course of human events pivots dramatically on the edge of a sword. The fall of Constantinople in 1453 is one such moment, a battle so significant that historians mark it as the end of the medieval age itself. But what truly happened during those 53 days of siege? And how did an empire that had stood for over 1,000 years collapse in less than 2 months? Constantinople, now known as Istanbul, was once the jewel of Christendom, a city of unparalleled beauty and wealth. Built on 7 hills much like Rome, it sat at the crossroads between Europe and Asia, controlling the vital waterways between the Black Sea and the Mediterranean. For over a millennium, it had been the capital of the Byzantine Empire, the eastern continuation of the Roman Empire after Rome itself had fallen. Its massive walls had repelled countless attackers over the centuries. Arabs, Bulgars, Russians, and even earlier Ottoman forces had all broken against the land walls of Theodosius, a triple layer of fortifications considered to be the most formidable defensive system in the medieval world. But by 1453, the Byzantine Empire was a shadow of its former self. Once spanning 3 continents, it had been reduced to little more than the city itself and a few scattered territories. Emperor Constantine, the 11th Palaiologos, ruled over barely 100,000 subjects, a far cry from the millions who had once called the Byzantine Empire home. The city that had once housed close to 1 million people now contained fewer than 50,000 souls. Many of its grand palaces stood empty. Its famous hippodrome rarely saw races, and entire neighborhoods within the walls had been converted to farmland. As Constantinople declined, a new power was rising. The Ottoman Empire, founded in the late 13th century by Turkish warriors on the frontiers of the Byzantine Empire, had grown rapidly, swallowing up Byzantine territories and other Turkish states alike. By 1453, it surrounded Constantinople on all sides. The Ottoman Sultan, Mehmed II, was just 21 years old when he set his sights on the ancient city. Despite his youth, he was determined, brilliant, and ruthless. He saw himself as a new Alexander, destined to conquer the fabled city that had resisted so many before him. Mehmed spent years preparing for the siege. He built a massive fortress called Rumeli Hisari on the European side of the Bosporus Strait, controlling the sea approaches to Constantinople. He assembled an army that numbered between 80,000 and 150,000 men, dwarfing the Byzantine defenders who could muster only 7,000 soldiers to defend their 15 miles of walls. But perhaps his most terrifying innovation was his artillery. The Byzantines had always relied on their massive walls, some of the strongest fortifications ever built. But Mehmed had a secret weapon. He had recruited a Hungarian engineer named Urban who had designed for him cannons of unprecedented size. The largest, known simply as the Basilica, was a monster of bronze that could fire stone balls weighing over 1,500 pounds. It took 60 oxen just to move this behemoth, and its blast could be heard for miles. These were not just weapons of war. They were weapons of terror, designed to shake the defenders' morale as much as the walls themselves. The siege began on April 6, 1453. The Ottomans established positions all along the land walls, with Mehmed establishing his command post opposite the gate of St. Romanus, the point where the valley of the Lycus River created a natural weakness in the defenses. Day after day, the Ottoman cannons pounded the ancient walls. The noise was deafening, like continuous thunder that never ceased. The massive stone balls would strike the walls with such force that the ground would shake beneath the defenders' feet. Clouds of dust and debris filled the air as sections of the once impregnable barriers began to crumble. But the Byzantines were not defenseless. Their walls were deep, with an inner, outer, and terrace wall system surrounded by a moat. When sections collapsed during the day, the defenders would work through the night to repair them, using whatever materials they could find, even barrels filled with earth. The Byzantine soldiers, though few in number, fought with the desperation of men defending their homes, their families, and their civilization itself. They were not alone. A contingent of about 700 Genoese soldiers led by Giovanni Giustiniani Longo had come to their aid. The Venetians, longtime trading partners of the Byzantines, also contributed to the defense. Even a contingent of Ottoman Christian subjects, who preferred Byzantine rule to that of the Sultan, joined the defense. Emperor Constantine himself fought alongside his men, inspecting the walls daily and rallying the defenders with his presence. As the siege dragged on, both sides began to see strange omens. The Byzantines, deeply religious, saw icons weeping tears and strange lights hovering over the great church of Hagia Sophia. To many, these were signs of divine displeasure, punishment for theological compromises made with the Western Catholic Church in a desperate attempt to secure military aid. The Ottomans saw different signs. Mehmed's astrologers had predicted victory, and stories spread through the Ottoman camp of dreams and visions, in which the Prophet Muhammad himself promised success. The siege was not only a contest of arms but also of faith, technology, and will. The Byzantines, heirs to Greco-Roman civilization and the Eastern Orthodox tradition, stood as the last remnant of the Roman Empire. The Ottomans, a dynamic new power combining Turkish, Persian, and Arab influences under the banner of Islam, represented the future of the region. It was old versus new, Christianity versus Islam, defense versus attack, tradition versus innovation. One of the most dramatic episodes of the siege occurred at the Golden Horn, the inlet that formed Constantinople's natural harbor. The Byzantines had blocked the entrance to the harbor with a massive chain, preventing the Ottoman fleet from entering. In a brilliant tactical move, Mehmed ordered his ships to be dragged overland on greased logs, bypassing the chain entirely. When the Byzantines awoke one morning to find Ottoman ships in their harbor, it was a devastating blow to their morale. As the siege entered its final weeks, conditions within the city grew desperate. Food was running low, and the constant bombardment left many sleepless and exhausted. People began to recall ancient prophecies that Constantinople would fall when the moon was waning. Others remembered the legend that the city would only fall when an emperor named Constantine, son of Helena, sat on the throne, a description that perfectly matched the current emperor Constantine XI, whose mother was indeed named Helena. On May 28, 1453, a strange celestial event occurred that shook both sides. A lunar eclipse turned the moon blood red as it rose over the city. To the Ottomans, this was a sign that the crescent of Islam would soon replace the cross over Constantinople. To the Christians, it seemed like an omen of impending doom, the moon bathed in the blood that would soon be spilled. That same night, the great church of Hagia Sophia, the largest and most splendid in all of Christendom for nearly 1,000 years, was filled with worshippers for what would be the last Christian service held there. Orthodox priests and Catholic cardinals, who had been bitterly divided over theological disputes for centuries, prayed side by side. Emperor Constantine himself attended, asking forgiveness from anyone he had wronged before receiving communion. Then he returned to the walls for the final defense. Mehmed had chosen this night for the final assault. He knew his men were growing tired, and a prolonged siege risked the arrival of reinforcements from the west. The attack came in waves. First came the irregular troops, then the Anatolian forces, wearing down the defenders. Finally, in the early hours of May 29th, Mehmed unleashed his elite Janissary Corps, troops taken as Christian children, converted to Islam, and trained from youth to be among the finest soldiers in the world. The fighting was fiercest at the breach near the gate of St. Romanus. Giustiniani was severely wounded and had to be carried from the walls, a blow to the defenders' morale. As more and more Ottoman troops poured through the breaches, the defense began to collapse. Emperor Constantine, realizing all was lost, reportedly threw off his imperial regalia and charged into the thickest fighting, never to be seen again. By sunrise, the city had fallen. Ottoman troops surged through the streets, many heading straight for Hagia Sophia, where terrified citizens had gathered seeking divine protection. Mehmed entered the conquered city at midday, proceeding directly to the great church. He ordered an end to the looting and declared that Hagia Sophia would be converted into a mosque, symbolizing the Ottoman victory and the establishment of a new order. The fall of Constantinople sent shockwaves throughout Europe. The 1,000-year-old Byzantine Empire had finally come to an end. The last vestige of the Roman Empire was no more. Refugees fleeing the fallen city brought with them precious manuscripts and knowledge that would help fuel the Renaissance in Western Europe. The event also shifted the balance of power in the Eastern Mediterranean and Balkans, setting the stage for centuries of Ottoman expansion into Europe. But perhaps the most profound consequence was psychological. To Eastern Christians, it seemed like the end of the world. Their holy city, their Rome, had fallen to a Muslim ruler. To Western Europeans, it was a wake-up call, spurring efforts to find new trade routes to Asia that would bypass Ottoman-controlled territories, eventually leading to the age of exploration and the discovery of the Americas. For the Ottomans, it was the fulfillment of a dream that went back to the earliest days of Islam. Muhammad himself had reportedly said that Constantinople would one day fall to Muslim forces. With its capture, Mehmed took the title Fatih, the conqueror, and established his empire as a major world power that would last until the early 20th century. The fall of Constantinople raises haunting questions that echo through the centuries. What if the Western powers had sent significant aid? What if the Byzantines had not been so weakened by centuries of decline? And perhaps most tantalizing of all, what became of Emperor Constantine XI, the last Roman emperor? Did he die anonymously in battle as most historians believe? Or, as some legends suggest, was he rescued by an angel who turned him to marble, hiding him in a cave beneath the city, waiting for the day when he would return to reclaim his city? These questions remain unanswered, lost in the dust of history. But one thing is certain. When Constantinople fell on that fateful day in 1453, it marked not just the end of an empire, but the end of an era. The medieval world had given way to something new, something that would shape the course of global events for centuries to come. And it all turned on the courage of men fighting along crumbling walls, the ambition of a young sultan, and the thunder of cannons that changed the face of warfare forever. There are moments in history when the fate of entire nations hangs in the balance. Moments when the outcome of a single day forever alters the course of civilization. The Battle of Hastings in 1066 was one such pivotal moment, a clash that would transform England from an Anglo-Saxon kingdom into a Norman realm with connections to continental Europe. But what really happened on that fateful October day? And how did a single arrow, as legend tells us, change the destiny of England forever? The story begins not on the battlefield but in the royal chambers of England, with the death of Edward the Confessor on January 5, 1066. Edward died without a direct heir, setting the stage for one of history's most consequential succession crises. On his deathbed, according to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Edward named Harold Godwinson, the powerful Earl of Wessex, as his successor. By the next day, Harold was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, the crown placed upon his head with remarkable speed. But across the English Channel, another claimant to the throne was already plotting his response. William, Duke of Normandy, believed the throne had been promised to him years earlier by Edward himself. Moreover, he claimed that Harold had sworn a sacred oath to support his claim, an oath taken while Harold was effectively a captive in Normandy in 1064. Whether this oath was freely given or coerced remains one of history's enduring debates. What is clear is that William considered Harold a usurper and an oath breaker, crimes that medieval society viewed with the utmost seriousness. William was not the only one who challenged Harold's right to rule. In the north, Harald Hardrada, the formidable king of Norway, also laid claim to the English throne based on an ancient agreement. The stage was set for a three-way struggle that would determine England's future, a struggle that would be decided not by legal arguments or diplomatic negotiations, but by the clash of arms. As William gathered his forces in Normandy, building ships and recruiting soldiers for what would be a hazardous cross-channel invasion, fate dealt Harold a cruel hand. In early September, Harald Hardrada of Norway, accompanied by Harold's own exiled brother Tostig, landed in northern England with a sizable Viking army. Harold was forced to march his army north with remarkable speed, covering about 200 miles in just 4 days, a feat that demonstrates the surprising mobility of medieval armies when necessity demanded. On September 25th, at the Battle of Stamford Bridge near York, Harold achieved a decisive victory over the Norwegian forces. Harald Hardrada, one of the most renowned warriors of the age, fell in battle with an arrow through his throat. Tostig too was slain. It should have been Harold's greatest triumph. Instead, it set the stage for his downfall. For even as he and his men were celebrating their victory, William of Normandy had landed unopposed on the southern coast of England. News of the Norman invasion reached Harold while he was still in the north. Once again, he force-marched his army, this time heading south to meet this new threat. His men, already exhausted from one major battle and 2 lengthy marches, would now be asked to fight again. Many historians believe this fatigue played a crucial role in the events that would follow. William's army consisted of about 7,000 men, including infantry, archers, and perhaps most importantly, cavalry. The Norman knights, mounted on powerful war horses and armed with lances, represented the cutting edge of military technology in the 11th century. The Anglo-Saxon army, by contrast, fought primarily on foot in tightly packed formations called shield walls, a traditional but effective fighting method that had served them well against similar forces. Harold reached London on October 11th, where he gathered reinforcements. Military logic might have suggested that he wait longer, allowing more of his forces to assemble and his existing troops to rest. But Harold chose to march out quickly, perhaps fearing that William would advance on London or devastate more of the countryside if left unchecked. By October 13th, he had positioned his army on Senlac Hill, about 7 miles northwest of Hastings, where William had established his base. The battle began early on the morning of October 14th, 1066. Harold's position on the hill gave him a defensive advantage, with his men forming a shield wall that stretched across the ridge. William arranged his army in 3 divisions. Bretons and other allies from western France formed the left flank. The center consisted of Norman troops, and mercenaries and soldiers from eastern France made up the right flank. In front of each division stood archers, behind them infantry, and behind the infantry, cavalry. The battle opened with a barrage from the Norman archers, followed by an advance of infantry. But the arrows largely fell harmlessly against the Anglo-Saxon shields, and the infantry assault faltered on the slopes of the hill against the solid shield wall. When the Norman left flank began to retreat in disarray, some of the Anglo-Saxons broke ranks to pursue them. This breached the shield wall, and William, showing the tactical genius that had made him one of Europe's most successful warlords, ordered his cavalry to cut down the exposed pursuers. Throughout the day, this pattern repeated. The Normans would attack, feign retreat when repulsed, and then turn on the Anglo-Saxons who pursued them. Each time, more of Harold's men fell and the shield wall became thinner. Still, the battle hung in the balance well into the afternoon. According to the most famous depiction of the battle, the Bayeux Tapestry, it was at this point that William employed a desperate measure to break the Saxon lines. He ordered his archers to shoot high into the air so that their arrows would descend almost vertically onto the heads of the English troops behind their shields. And it was one of these arrows, if the traditional account is to be believed, that struck King Harold in the eye, inflicting a mortal wound. The death of Harold, if this indeed is how he fell, was a turning point. With their leader gone, the Anglo-Saxon forces began to crumble. William ordered a final, all-out assault. As evening approached, the remaining English troops broke and fled into the surrounding forests, pursued by Norman cavalry who cut down many in the fading light. By nightfall, William had won a complete victory. Harold was dead, along with his brothers Geoff and Leofwine and many of England's leading nobles. The Anglo-Saxon army, the shield of the kingdom, was shattered. The Norman conquest of England had begun. The aftermath of the battle was as significant as the fighting itself. William did not immediately march on London. Instead, he moved along the coast, securing key positions and waiting to see how the English would respond. The surviving Anglo-Saxon leaders, lacking a clear successor to Harold, eventually offered the crown to Edgar the Atheling, a teenage prince of the old royal house. But their hearts were not in the fight, and when William finally approached London in December, he encountered little resistance. On Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned King of England in Westminster Abbey, the same place where Harold had been crowned less than a year before. The Norman conquest that began at Hastings would transform England in profound ways. William introduced feudalism, reorganizing land ownership so that all land was technically owned by the crown and granted to nobles in exchange for military service. He ordered the building of castles across the land, including the Tower of London, physical symbols of Norman power that still dot the English landscape today. The language of the elite became French, which would mix with Anglo-Saxon over the centuries to create the unique hybrid that is modern English. Even the church was reformed along Norman lines, with French and Italian clergy replacing many Anglo-Saxon bishops and abbots. Perhaps the most remarkable testament to William's thoroughness in cementing his conquest was the Domesday Book, a comprehensive survey of his new kingdom commissioned in 1086. This extraordinary document, unprecedented in European history, recorded in meticulous detail who owned what land, what it was worth, what taxes were owed, and even how many pigs, sheep, and oxen each estate possessed. It was, in effect, a complete inventory of his conquest, a document so detailed and final in its judgments that the English likened it to the biblical Day of Judgment, or Doomsday, hence its name. The Battle of Hastings remains one of the most studied and debated military encounters in history. Scholars continue to argue about the exact numbers involved, the precise tactics employed, and even the location of the battlefield. But what is beyond dispute is the battle's significance. Had Harold prevailed that day, England might have developed along more Scandinavian lines, looking to the North Sea and the Baltic rather than to France and the Mediterranean. The language we speak, the legal system we use, the very shape of world history might have been dramatically different. There are haunting questions that still surround this pivotal battle. Was Harold truly killed by an arrow to the eye, as depicted in the Bayeux Tapestry, or is this artistic license or even Norman propaganda? What if Harold had waited longer in London, allowing his army to rest and gather more strength. And perhaps most tantalizing, what if the wind patterns in the English Channel had been different in that fateful year, delaying William's crossing until winter made invasion impossible? We will never know the answers to these counterfactual questions, but we do know that on that autumn day in 1066, the course of history pivoted on the outcome of a single battle. A battle where exhausted men stood shoulder to shoulder in the shield wall, where arrows darkened the sky, where Norman knights in their chain mail charged again and again up the slopes of Senlac Hill. And when the sun set over the blood-soaked ground, England had been transformed forever. The Anglo-Saxon age had ended, and the Norman era had begun. The legacy of Hastings lives on not just in history books, but in the very fabric of England itself. In its castles and cathedrals, in its language and laws, and in the complex relationship between England and continental Europe that continues to shape events even in our modern world. All because of a succession crisis, a sworn oath, and an autumn day of brutal combat nearly 1,000 years ago. There are moments in history when worlds collide, when ancient prophecies meet brutal reality, and when the course of human civilization changes forever. The Siege of Jerusalem in 70 AD was one such moment. A defining catastrophe that would reshape Judaism, influence the development of early Christianity, and echo through the corridors of time for thousands of years to come. But what really happened during those terrible months when the might of Rome descended upon the Holy City? And how did the destruction of a single building, the Second Temple, create reverberations that we can still feel to this day? Jerusalem in the 1st century AD was a city like no other. Perched on a plateau in the Judean hills, surrounded by deep valleys, it had been the political and spiritual center of Jewish life for centuries. At its heart stood the Second Temple, a magnificent structure rebuilt by King Herod the Great, its white marble and gold adornments gleaming in the Mediterranean sun. For Jews scattered across the Roman Empire and beyond, it was the center of their world, the dwelling place of God on earth. Each year, thousands of pilgrims would stream to Jerusalem for religious festivals, swelling the city's normal population of around 100,000 to many times that number. But beneath this spiritual splendor lay dangerous political currents. Judea had been under Roman rule since Pompey the Great conquered Jerusalem in 63 BC. The relationship between the Jews and their Roman overlords had always been tense. Roman governors were often insensitive to Jewish religious customs. Roman taxes were burdensome. Roman military presence was a constant reminder of subjugation. And among some Jews, there burned a fierce desire for independence, fueled by religious fervor and messianic hopes of divine deliverance from foreign rule. This tension exploded into open rebellion in 66 AD. The immediate spark was a series of provocations by the Roman procurator Gessius Florus, including his seizure of temple treasures. Jewish protesters responded by halting the daily sacrifice offered in the temple on behalf of the Roman emperor, an act tantamount to declaring independence. Fighting broke out in Jerusalem, and to the shock of the empire, the rebels initially prevailed. The Roman garrison was overwhelmed, and a subsequent relief force led by the governor of Syria was defeated in battle. For a brief moment, Judea was free. The Emperor Nero could not allow such a revolt to succeed. It threatened not just Roman control of one province, but the stability of the entire Eastern Empire. He dispatched his most capable general, Vespasian, along with his son Titus, to suppress the rebellion. With 4 legions and numerous auxiliary troops, perhaps 60,000 men in total, they began a methodical campaign, first securing the Galilee in the north before gradually moving south toward Jerusalem itself. Inside Jerusalem, the initial unity of the revolt quickly fractured. Different factions of rebels, known collectively as zealots, fought each other for control of the city and the temple. The moderate aristocracy, who had initially supported the revolt but grew alarmed at its radical turn, found themselves pushed aside or killed. Food stores were deliberately burned in factional fighting, a decision that would have catastrophic consequences during the coming siege. Even as Roman forces steadily advanced through Judea, the defenders of Jerusalem seemed more intent on fighting each other than preparing to face the common enemy. By the spring of 70 AD, the political situation in Rome had changed dramatically. Nero had committed suicide, and after a brief civil war, Vespasian had been proclaimed emperor. He returned to Rome, leaving his son Titus to complete the subjugation of Judea. As Passover approached, Titus positioned his forces around Jerusalem, trapping many pilgrims who had come for the festival inside the city. The siege had begun. Jerusalem's formidable defenses posed a significant challenge even for the disciplined Roman legions. The city was protected by 3 massive walls on its vulnerable northern side, while steep valleys provided natural protection elsewhere. Within these walls, the temple itself stood on a plateau fortified by its own massive walls, a citadel within a citadel. The defenders, though divided among themselves, were determined and had spent years preparing for this moment. They had stockpiled weapons and trained for urban combat. What they lacked, due to the factional fighting that had destroyed many of the city's food reserves, were adequate supplies for a prolonged siege. Titus began with an attempt at negotiation, sending the Jewish historian Josephus, who had surrendered to the Romans earlier in the war, to persuade the defenders to give up. His offers were rejected with contempt. The Romans then began systematic operations to breach the city's defenses. They constructed massive siege ramparts, brought up battering rams, and employed ballista, ancient artillery that could hurl large stones with devastating effect. The first wall fell relatively quickly. The second took longer but also succumbed to Roman engineering and persistence. Fighting then concentrated on the Antonia fortress, which protected the temple's northern approach. The Romans eventually captured it in July, setting the stage for the final assault on the temple itself. Throughout these months of fighting, conditions within Jerusalem had grown increasingly desperate. Josephus, our main source for these events, describes scenes of horror as famine took hold. People ate anything they could find, including leather from their shields and sandals. There are even accounts of cannibalism, with one particularly harrowing story of a mother who killed and consumed her own infant child. Whether this actually occurred or is rhetorical exaggeration, meant to emphasize the siege's horrors, is debated by historians. But there is no doubt that starvation claimed many lives. Despite these hardships, or perhaps because they could expect no mercy if they surrendered, the defenders fought on with remarkable determination. Every street, every building became a battleground. The Romans had to fight their way through the city house by house, an ancient version of the urban combat that remains one of the most challenging forms of warfare even today. By early August, the Romans had reached the temple complex itself. According to Josephus, Titus had given orders to preserve the temple if possible. It was not only a magnificent building that would adorn the empire, but its preservation might help reconcile the Jewish population to Roman rule after the rebellion was crushed. But in the chaos of combat, with emotions running high on both sides, such restraint proved impossible. On the 9th day of the Jewish month of Av, traditionally August 10th, 70 AD, a Roman soldier threw a flaming torch through a window of the temple. The fire caught and spread rapidly through the wooden structures within. Titus rushed to the scene and ordered his men to extinguish the flames, but it was too late. Perhaps his soldiers could not hear his commands above the roar of battle. Perhaps they chose not to hear, driven by a desire for vengeance after months of hard fighting. Or perhaps, as some historians suggest, the destruction of the temple was Titus's intention all along, despite what Josephus would later write. Whatever the truth, the result was catastrophic. The temple, the heart of Judaism for centuries, was consumed by flames. The golden adornments melted, running between the stone blocks. Thousands of people, both defenders and civilians seeking refuge in the sacred precinct, perished. Those who escaped the fire were cut down by Roman soldiers or captured to be sold into slavery. The scenes of slaughter described in vivid detail by Josephus are among the most harrowing in ancient literature. With the temple destroyed and much of the upper city in flames, organized resistance collapsed. The Romans spent the next few weeks hunting down survivors and systematically demolishing what remained of Jerusalem's defenses and significant buildings. Only 3 towers were left standing as a demonstration of the fortifications the Roman army had overcome, along with a portion of the Western Wall, which later became known as the Wailing Wall, today's Western Wall. Everything else was leveled so thoroughly that, as Josephus famously wrote, a visitor would not believe the city had ever been inhabited. The human cost of the siege was enormous. Josephus claims that 1,100,000 people perished, while 97,000 were captured and enslaved. Modern historians consider these numbers exaggerated, but even a much lower estimate would still represent one of the most devastating urban catastrophes of the ancient world. Among the captives taken to Rome were the rebel leader Simon Bar Giora and numerous sacred temple vessels, including the golden menorah. These spoils of war were prominently displayed in Titus's triumph in Rome and can still be seen depicted on the Arch of Titus in the Roman Forum. The destruction of Jerusalem and its temple had profound and lasting consequences. For the Romans, it was a powerful demonstration of imperial might, a warning to other provinces that rebellion would be crushed without mercy. Vespasian and Titus issued coins commemorating their victory over Judea, showing a mourning woman seated beneath a palm tree with the legend Judea Capta, Judea captured. For the Jewish people, it was a theological as well as a political catastrophe. The temple had been the center of their religious life, the place where sacrifices were offered to God. Its destruction forced a fundamental reimagining of Judaism. Under the leadership of rabbis like Yohanan ben Zakkai, who according to tradition was smuggled out of Jerusalem in a coffin during the siege, Judaism transformed from a temple-based religion to one centered on prayer, study, and the observance of religious law. The synagogue replaced the temple as the focus of Jewish communal life, a change that enabled Judaism to survive and even flourish despite the loss of its central sanctuary. For early Christianity, still in many ways a Jewish sect at this time, the destruction of Jerusalem took on profound theological significance. Many Christians saw it as divine punishment for the rejection of Jesus, and as fulfillment of his prophecy that not one stone of the temple would be left standing upon another. The catastrophe accelerated Christianity's development as a separate religion, distinct from its Jewish origins. The Roman victory was complete but not final. 65 years later, during the reign of Emperor Hadrian, the Jews of Judea would rise again in the Bar Kokhba revolt, another desperate bid for independence that would end in even greater devastation. After crushing this second revolt, Hadrian renamed the province Syria Palestina and rebuilt Jerusalem as a Roman city called Aelia Capitolina, from which Jews were banned. Thus began the long Jewish exile from Jerusalem, which would last nearly 2,000 years until the establishment of the modern state of Israel in 1948. The memory of the temple's destruction was preserved in prayers, fasts, and the famous vow, next year in Jerusalem. The 9th of Av became a day of mourning that is still observed by Jews worldwide. The fall of Jerusalem raises haunting questions that have echoed through the centuries. What if the Jewish factions had united instead of fighting each other? What if the Romans had preserved the temple? How different might the development of both Judaism and Christianity have been? And perhaps most poignantly, how many of the conflicts that still plague Jerusalem today can trace their origins to those fateful days in the year 70 AD? These questions have no definitive answers, but what is certain is that when the temple fell, a world ended. From its ashes arose new forms of both Judaism and Christianity that would shape world history for the next 2 millennia. Few events in ancient history have cast such a long shadow, few disasters have proven so creative in their aftermath, and few conquered cities have achieved such an enduring victory over time itself as Jerusalem. There are moments in history when faith and force collide, when religion and warfare become so deeply intertwined that it becomes impossible to separate one from the other. The Crusades represent perhaps the most dramatic example of this collision, a series of holy wars that spanned nearly 2 centuries and forever altered the relationship between East and West, Christianity and Islam. But what truly drove thousands of Europeans to abandon their homes and march thousands of miles to fight and die in a distant land? And how did these medieval campaigns of conquest and faith set in motion consequences that we can still feel reverberating through our world today? The story begins in 1095 in the French town of Clermont. There, on November 27th, Pope Urban II delivered a speech that would change the course of history. Standing before a vast crowd of clergy and nobles, he described the plight of Eastern Christians living under Muslim rule and the desecration of Christianity's holiest sites in Jerusalem. Then he made an unprecedented call to arms. He urged the warriors of Western Europe to stop fighting each other and instead direct their martial energies toward reclaiming the Holy Land from what he called the infidel. Those who died in this righteous cause, he promised, would receive remission of their sins, a spiritual incentive of incalculable value in the deeply religious medieval world. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Throughout the crowd, people began to shout Deus Vult, God wills it, a phrase that would become the battle cry of the First Crusade. Nobles and commoners alike began sewing crosses onto their garments, marking themselves as crucis ignati, those signed with the cross, from which we get the term crusader. By the following spring, tens of thousands had taken the Crusaders' vow and begun the long journey eastward. What motivated these first Crusaders? The answer is complex and varies by social class. For many nobles, particularly younger sons who would not inherit their father's lands, the crusade offered the chance for territorial gain and glory. For the Church, it was an opportunity to assert papal authority and unite a fractious Christendom under its leadership. For merchants, especially those from Italian maritime republics like Venice and Genoa, it promised new trade routes and commercial opportunities. And for the common people who joined in vast numbers, it offered escape from the hardships of medieval life and the promise of spiritual salvation. But to understand the Crusades fully, we must also look eastward to the complex political landscape of the Near East at the end of the 11th century. The Muslim world, which had once been united under the Abbasid Caliphate, was now fragmented into competing states. The Seljuk Turks had recently captured Jerusalem from the Fatimid Caliphate of Egypt, adding another layer of political complexity. The Byzantine Empire, the eastern remnant of the old Roman Empire and a Christian state, was under pressure from Turkish advances in Anatolia. Its emperor, Alexios I Komnenos, had appealed to the West for military assistance, though what he wanted was mercenaries to help defend his borders, not the massive religious expedition that Pope Urban's call set in motion. The First Crusade actually began with a disastrous prelude known as the People's Crusade. Led by a charismatic preacher named Peter the Hermit, this undisciplined mob of peasants, minor knights, and the urban poor set out for Jerusalem in the spring of 1096, months before the main Crusader armies were ready. Lacking proper supplies, military training, or leadership, they resorted to pillaging as they moved through Europe. In some Rhineland cities, they massacred local Jewish communities, establishing a tragic pattern of anti-Semitic violence that would recur throughout the crusading era. When this ragtag force finally reached Byzantine territory, Emperor Alexios, alarmed by their lack of discipline, hastily transported them across the Bosporus into Turkish territory. There, predictably, they were almost completely annihilated by the Seljuk Turks at Sivtat. It was an ominous beginning to the crusading movement, revealing both the religious fervor and the potential for uncontrolled violence that would characterize much of what was to follow. The main Crusader armies, led by various nobles rather than kings, began arriving at Constantinople in late 1096 and early 1097. Relations with their Byzantine hosts were tense from the start. The Byzantines were sophisticated, educated, and viewed the Western Europeans as uncouth barbarians. The Crusaders, for their part, found Byzantine diplomacy bewildering and suspected the emperor of secretly working against them. Despite these tensions, Alexios extracted oaths from the Crusader leaders that they would return to the Byzantine Empire any former imperial territories they might conquer. Against all odds, the First Crusade succeeded in its primary military objective. After capturing the city of Antioch in June 1098 following a grueling 8-month siege, the Crusaders continued southward toward Jerusalem. Their numbers had been drastically reduced by battle, disease, and desertion, with perhaps only about 10,000 fighting men remaining from the original forces. Nevertheless, on July 15, 1099, they captured Jerusalem after a brief siege of just over a month. What followed was one of the darkest episodes in crusading history. The Crusaders massacred much of Jerusalem's population, including Muslims, Jews, and even some Eastern Christians. Contemporary chronicles describe blood running ankle-deep in the streets and on the Temple Mount. While these accounts are certainly exaggerated for dramatic effect, there is no doubt that the capture of Jerusalem was marked by extreme brutality, even by medieval standards. When word of the massacre spread throughout the Islamic world, it created a legacy of bitterness and distrust that would poison relations between Christians and Muslims for generations. With Jerusalem secured, most Crusaders considered their vows fulfilled and returned to Europe. Those who remained established 4 Crusader states: the Kingdom of Jerusalem, the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and somewhat later, the County of Tripoli. These territories, collectively known as Outremer, meaning across the sea, faced enormous challenges from the start. They were surrounded by hostile powers, chronically short of manpower, and dependent on seaborne connections to Europe for reinforcements and supplies. To defend these vulnerable states, military religious orders were established, most famously the Knights Templar and the Knights Hospitaller. These organizations combined the ideals of monasticism with the profession of arms, creating a new type of warrior monk dedicated to defending the Holy Land. Based in massive fortress monasteries throughout Outremer, they became the backbone of Crusader military power in the region. For a time, the Crusader states not only survived but thrived, developing a unique cultural synthesis that blended European, Byzantine, and Islamic elements. The Crusaders adapted to local conditions, learning from their Muslim neighbors, and often establishing surprisingly cordial diplomatic and trade relations with them. Many adopted local dress, cuisine, and customs. They developed legal codes that accommodated the diverse religious populations under their rule. Far from being merely an outpost of European civilization, Outremer developed its own distinctive character. But the Crusader position remained precarious, and in 1144, the county of Edessa fell to Imad ad-Din Zengi, the Turkish ruler of Mosul. This triggered the Second Crusade, preached by Saint Bernard of Clairvaux and led by 2 European monarchs, King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of Germany. It was a complete failure. The Crusader armies were defeated separately before they could even reach the Holy Land, and the campaign ended without achieving any of its objectives. The greatest challenge to the Crusader states came from Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West as Saladin. A Kurdish warrior who rose to become Sultan of Egypt, Saladin united much of the Muslim Near East under his rule. In contrast to the fragmented Islamic powers that the First Crusade had faced, the Crusaders now confronted a unified and determined enemy led by a brilliant military commander. The decisive confrontation came at the Battle of Hattin on July 4, 1187. In the scorching summer heat, Saladin lured the Crusader army away from water sources and onto a waterless plateau. Dehydrated and exhausted, the Christian forces were surrounded and annihilated. The King of Jerusalem was captured, along with the relic of the True Cross, the most precious possession of the kingdom. Most of the Templar and Hospitaller knights taken prisoner were executed. It was a catastrophic defeat from which the Kingdom of Jerusalem never really recovered. Jerusalem itself fell to Saladin on October 2nd, 1187, almost exactly 88 years after the Christians had captured it. In marked contrast to the bloodbath that followed the Christian conquest, Saladin's treatment of Jerusalem's inhabitants was remarkably humane by medieval standards. Though Christians were required to pay a ransom to leave the city, there was no wholesale massacre. Those who could not afford the ransom were sold into slavery, a common fate for captured populations in medieval warfare on both sides. But many were ransomed by wealthier Christians or freed by Saladin's brother Al-Adil, who was moved by their plight. News of Jerusalem's fall sent shockwaves through Europe, triggering the Third Crusade, often called the King's Crusade because it was led by three of Europe's most powerful monarchs: Frederick Barbarossa, the Holy Roman Emperor, Richard I of England, known as the Lionheart, and Philip II of France. It seemed like an overwhelming force, but the crusade quickly encountered setbacks. Frederick drowned while crossing a river in Anatolia before even reaching the Holy Land. Philip and Richard quarreled constantly, and after the capture of Acre, Philip returned to France, leaving Richard to continue alone. Richard proved himself a capable military leader, winning several victories against Saladin, including the Battle of Arsuf. But even he could not recapture Jerusalem. The crusade ended with the Treaty of Jaffa in 1192, which allowed Christian pilgrims access to Jerusalem under Muslim rule and confirmed Crusader control of a thin coastal strip from Tyre to Jaffa. It was far from the total victory that Europeans had hoped for, but it ensured the survival of a much reduced Crusader presence in the Holy Land. The Fourth Crusade never even reached the Holy Land. Launched in 1202, it was diverted first against the Christian city of Zara on the Adriatic coast, and then, fatefully, against Constantinople itself. On April 13, 1204, the Crusaders captured and sacked the greatest Christian city in the world. The Byzantine Empire, already in decline, never fully recovered from this blow. The Crusaders established a short-lived Latin empire in Constantinople, but the primary legacy of the Fourth Crusade was a deepening of the divide between Eastern and Western Christianity, a wound that remains unhealed to this day. Subsequent crusades achieved even less. The Children's Crusade of 1212, a popular movement led by a French shepherd boy and a German youth, ended in disaster when many of the young participants were sold into slavery in North Africa. The Fifth Crusade briefly captured Damietta in Egypt, but was defeated when it tried to march on Cairo. The Sixth Crusade, led by the excommunicated Emperor Frederick II, actually regained Jerusalem through diplomacy rather than warfare in 1229, but the city was lost again in 1244. The Seventh and Eighth Crusades, both led by King Louis IX of France, also ended in failure. Louis died of disease near Tunis during the Eighth Crusade in 1270, marking the effective end of major crusading efforts. The last Crusader stronghold in the Holy Land, the city of Acre, fell to the Mamluks in 1291, bringing the Crusader presence in the Levant to an end after nearly 2 centuries. Yet the idea of crusading continued to resonate in European culture long after the fall of the last Crusader states. Crusades were launched against heretics in Europe, against the Moors in Spain, and against the pagan peoples of northeastern Europe. The language, imagery, and legal concepts developed during the Crusades continued to influence European thought for centuries. The legacy of the Crusades is complex and continues to be debated by historians. Militarily, they were ultimately a failure. None of the Crusader states established in the Near East survived, and Jerusalem remained under Muslim control until the 20th century. But their impact on European society was profound. Trade between Europe and the Islamic world increased, bringing new goods, technologies, and ideas to the West. The power of the papacy was enhanced, at least temporarily. Kings gained new taxation powers to fund crusading expeditions. The military orders, especially the Templars, pioneered new financial techniques that laid the groundwork for modern banking. In the Islamic world, the Crusades are remembered very differently than in the West. While medieval Muslim chroniclers initially viewed the Crusaders as just another group of Byzantine mercenaries, they gradually came to see them as a distinctive threat. The concept of jihad, which had declined in importance during the fragmented period of Islamic politics, was revived as a response to Crusader aggression. Leaders like Nur ad-Din and Saladin united Muslim territories at least partly to more effectively resist the Crusader presence. Yet it would be a mistake to see the crusading era solely through the lens of religious conflict. Alongside the brutal warfare, there were also periods of coexistence, cultural exchange, and mutual adaptation. Crusaders adopted local customs and technologies. Muslim leaders employed European engineers and physicians. Trade continued even during times of political tension. The reality was far more nuanced than a simple clash of civilizations. The Crusades raise haunting questions that continue to resonate today. How does religious conviction transform into violence? How do civilizations that view themselves as enlightened justify brutality against others? What happens when religious and political objectives become intertwined? And perhaps most relevantly for our modern world, how do historical memories of conflict shape contemporary identities and relationships? When Pope Urban II called for the First Crusade, he could not have imagined how his words would echo through the centuries. The cross and the crescent, which faced each other on countless battlefields during the crusading era, remain powerful symbols in the 21st century. The borders drawn by crusaders have long since been erased from maps, but the psychological boundaries they created between cultures have proven more enduring. The Crusades remind us that history is not simply a record of the past, but a living force that continues to shape our present. They stand as a warning about the dangers of religious extremism and the exploitation of faith for political ends. But they also reveal the complexity of human societies, where conflict and coexistence, hatred and respect, violence and peace can exist side by side. In studying this distant mirror, we may find reflections that help us understand our own troubled times. The Age of the Crusades formally ended when the last Christian strongholds in the Holy Land fell, but in many ways, the crusading spirit never died. It transformed and adapted, finding new expressions in European expansion into the Americas, in colonial adventures in Africa and Asia, and even in modern political rhetoric that frames conflicts in terms of irreconcilable cultural differences. The echoes of those medieval battles continue to reverberate, reminding us that history's most powerful legacy is not always written in stone or sealed with treaties, but carried forward in the stories we tell ourselves about who we are and what divides us from others. The year is 1415. The date is October 25th. The place is a muddy field in northern France. What's about to unfold here will echo through the centuries, a battle so improbable, so against all odds, that it still seems almost impossible today. This is Agincourt, where a sick, starving English army somehow defeated one of the greatest military forces in medieval Europe. How did they do it? What secret weapon did they possess? And how did this one battle change warfare forever? Picture this. King Henry V of England has invaded France with grand ambitions to reclaim territories he believes are rightfully his. But things aren't going according to plan. His army has been ravaged by disease, likely dysentery, that terrible affliction that medieval soldiers dreaded. His men are exhausted from weeks of marching through enemy territory. Food supplies are dwindling. And now, blocking their path to safety is a French force so massive it seems to fill the horizon. The numbers tell a story that should have ended with complete English defeat. Henry's army had perhaps 6,000 men at most. Some historians place the number even lower at just over 5,000. The French, they numbered somewhere between 20 and 30,000. This wasn't just a disadvantage. This was a death sentence. But numbers don't tell the whole story. The English had something the French didn't fully appreciate, something that would transform the battlefield into a killing field: the longbow. Standing over 6 feet tall, the English longbow was a deceptively simple weapon that required extraordinary strength to use effectively. English archers trained from childhood to develop the massive upper body strength needed to draw these powerful weapons. A skilled archer could loose up to 12 arrows per minute, each capable of piercing armor at close range. 6,000 archers could therefore release over 60,000 arrows in just a minute. Imagine the sky darkening with tens of thousands of deadly shafts raining down on you. That's what the French faced at Agincourt. The battlefield itself seemed to conspire against the French. Recent rains had turned the plowed fields into a quagmire of mud. The French chose to attack, marching their heavily armored knights across this treacherous terrain. What happened next was nothing short of catastrophic. As the French advanced, the English archers let loose. Wave after wave of arrows descended on the French ranks. Men and horses fell. Those who survived pressed forward, but the mud grabbed at their feet, slowing their charge to an exhausted crawl. Knights in full plate armor, weighing up to 60 pounds, began to sink into the churned earth. Some fell and couldn't rise again. The narrow field, flanked by dense woods on either side, forced the French into an ever tighter formation. Here's where the story becomes truly gruesome. As more and more French knights pushed forward, the front ranks were compressed. Those who fell were trampled by their comrades. The mass of armored bodies created an almost impenetrable barrier that subsequent waves of French attackers had to climb over. Some knights suffocated in the mud, pinned down by the weight of bodies above them. Others, exhausted and unable to rise, were easy targets for English men-at-arms who moved among the fallen, lifting helmet visors to deliver the killing stroke with daggers. The slaughter was so complete that at one point, King Henry, fearing a rear attack and concerned about the large number of French prisoners, ordered the execution of many captives, an act that shocked even his own men. Was this brutal pragmatism or unnecessary cruelty? Historians still debate this dark chapter of the battle. When the dust settled and the field fell silent, the scale of the French disaster became clear. They had lost perhaps as many as 10,000 men, including many of France's noble families. Entire generations of French aristocracy were wiped out in a single afternoon. The English, by contrast, lost fewer than 100 men. Some accounts place English casualties as low as 13, though this seems suspiciously low and is likely an exaggeration. What makes Agincourt so fascinating is not just the stunning upset victory, but how it transformed warfare. The battle demonstrated the obsolescence of heavily armored knights against disciplined infantry supported by ranged weapons. It showed that the traditional chivalric approach to war was giving way to something more pragmatic, more deadly. The age of the knight was beginning its long, slow decline. There's a strange irony to Agincourt. For all its significance, for all the blood spilled on that muddy field, the battle ultimately changed very little politically. Henry would eventually secure the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, making him heir to the French throne, but he died 2 years later from dysentery, the same disease that had weakened his army before Agincourt. His infant son, Henry VI, would lose all the English holdings in France except Calais, rendering his father's victories ultimately temporary. Yet the battle lives on in our collective memory, immortalized in Shakespeare's Henry V, with its stirring St. Crispin's Day speech. "We few, we happy few, we band of brothers." It's remembered not for its political consequences, but for its remarkable demonstration of how terrain, whether technology and tactics, could combine to overcome seemingly insurmountable odds. Some historians believe that Agincourt represents a turning point in military history, the moment when infantry began to reassert its dominance over cavalry. Others see it as a fluke, a perfect storm of circumstances that favored the English and doomed the French. The truth, as always, lies somewhere in between. What we do know is that after Agincourt, European armies began to take the power of massed archery more seriously. The age of firearms was still in its infancy, but the writing was on the wall. Ranged weapons wielded by common soldiers could defeat the armored nobility that had dominated European battlefields for centuries. There's a famous story that after the battle, the English archers, those commoners who had brought low the flower of French chivalry, raised their middle fingers to the defeated French. This gesture, they explained, was to show that these fingers, essential for drawing the longbow, had not been cut off, as the French had allegedly threatened to do to any archer they captured. From this legend comes our modern offensive gesture, a crude reminder of a day when the established order of battle was turned upside down. The success of the English at Agincourt is a testament to the vision of earlier English kings, particularly Edward III, who had mandated archery practice for all able-bodied men. This created a pool of skilled archers that could be called upon in times of war. Every Sunday, Englishmen were required by law to practice with the longbow. Other sports were actually banned on Sundays to ensure compliance. This long-term investment in military training paid off handsomely at Agincourt. The battlefield itself has changed little in the 600 years since the battle. It remains a quiet, unassuming stretch of French countryside. Standing there today, it's hard to imagine the chaos, the screams, the desperation that once filled this peaceful place. Yet beneath the soil lie the remains of thousands, a grim reminder of that bloody day in 1415. Perhaps the most enduring mystery of Agincourt is why the French, with their overwhelming numerical advantage, chose to attack across terrain so unsuited to their heavily armored forces. Was it arrogance, a breakdown in command, the impatience of individual nobles seeking glory? We may never know for certain. What we do know is that their decision to advance across that muddy field led to one of the most lopsided defeats in military history. As we leave Agincourt behind, we move forward in time but eastward in geography, to another battle that would reshape a nation's destiny. While English longbowmen were changing warfare in Europe, halfway around the world, Japan was about to experience a defining moment that would establish a dynasty and bring an end to centuries of civil war. This is the story of Sekigahara, where the fate of Japan hung in the balance on a misty morning in the year 1600. Dawn breaks over central Japan on October 21st, 1600. A thick mist hangs over the valley of Sekigahara, shrouding the tens of thousands of warriors who stand poised for battle. The air is tense, filled with the soft murmur of prayers, the clink of armor, and the nervous whinnying of horses. What's about to unfold here isn't just another skirmish in Japan's long civil war. This is the moment when the future of an entire nation will be decided. This is Sekigahara, the battle that will end the Sengoku period, Japan's age of warring states, and usher in 2.5 centuries of peace under the Tokugawa shogunate. For over a century, Japan had been torn apart by civil war. Powerful warlords called daimyo fought for control, forming alliances only to break them when opportunity arose. It was a time of constant betrayal, shifting loyalties, and devastating warfare. By the late 16th century, 3 remarkable men had emerged to bring some order to this chaos: Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu. Nobunaga began the process of unification, but was betrayed and forced to commit ritual suicide. Hideyoshi continued the work, eventually bringing most of Japan under his control. But when Hideyoshi died in 1598, the fragile peace he had established began to crumble. At the center of the brewing storm was Tokugawa Ieyasu, a patient, calculating warlord who had survived decades of intrigue and warfare. Now in his 60s, Ieyasu saw his opportunity to seize power. Officially, he was merely one of 5 regents appointed to govern until Hideyoshi's young son, Hideyori, came of age. But Ieyasu had other plans. Soon, Japan's daimyo found themselves dividing into 2 factions: the Western Army, loyal to the Toyotomi heir, led by Ishida Mitsunari, and the Eastern Army, supporting Tokugawa Ieyasu. The stage was set for a decisive confrontation. What makes Sekigahara so fascinating isn't just the scale of the battle, though it was enormous, with approximately 80,000 warriors on the field, but the complex web of loyalties, betrayals, and secret agreements that would ultimately determine its outcome. This wasn't just a military contest, it was the culmination of years of political maneuvering. Ishida Mitsunari, leader of the Western Army, was a brilliant administrator but not a warrior by training. He was distrusted by many of the daimyo who nominally supported him. Some had been coerced into joining his coalition. Others harbored secret resentments or had been quietly approached by Iyasu's agents with promises of land and power if they switched sides at the critical moment. As the armies assembled in the valley of Sekigahara, the Western Army appeared to have the advantage in numbers. They occupied the high ground and had positioned their forces to block Iyasu's route to the capital, but appearances can be deceiving. The battle began in the early morning hours, with visibility severely limited by fog. The vanguard of both armies clashed, the silence of the misty valley suddenly shattered by war cries, the thunderous report of arquebuses, early firearms, and the sickening sounds of combat. Samurai warriors charged forward, some on horseback, others on foot, wielding their famous katana swords, spears, and bows. For hours, the battle hung in the balance. The fighting was intense, with the muddy ground soon covered with the bodies of the fallen. But Iyasu had an ace up his sleeve. He had secretly negotiated with several key commanders in the Western Army, including a powerful daimyo named Kobayakawa Hidaki, who commanded a force of 15,000 men positioned on Mount Matsuo overlooking the battlefield. Here's where the battle takes its decisive turn. At the height of the fighting, Iyasu fired a signal. Some accounts say it was a single cannon shot, directed at Kobayakawa's position. This was the prearranged signal for Kobayakawa to betray his allies and attack the Western Army from behind. But as the signal was given, Kobayakawa hesitated. Perhaps he was reconsidering his betrayal, or maybe he was waiting to see which side appeared to be winning before committing himself. Growing impatient, Iyasu ordered a volley of arquebuses fired toward Kobayakawa's position, a not-so-subtle reminder of what awaited him if he failed to honor their secret agreement. This convinced Kobayakawa to act. He led his troops down from Mount Matsuo and smashed into the flank of the Western Army. This was the beginning of the end for Ishida Mitsunari and his coalition. Seeing Kobayakawa's betrayal, other daimyo who had been wavering in their loyalty now decided to either flee the field or switch sides. The Western Army, already fully engaged with Iyasu's forces to their front, now found themselves attacked from behind and on their flanks. Their formation collapsed, and the battle turned into a rout. The brutality of what followed is hard to overstate. As the Western Army disintegrated, many warriors committed suicide rather than face the shame of defeat. Others fought to the death in small, desperate groups. Some fled, only to be hunted down by Iyasu's victorious troops. Ishida Mitsunari himself escaped the battlefield but was captured days later while trying to reach safety. He was taken to Kyoto and beheaded, along with other leaders of the Western Army. When the killing finally stopped, the consequences of Sekigahara began to unfold. Iyasu systematically redistributed the lands belonging to the daimyo who had opposed him, rewarding his supporters and punishing his enemies. Some daimyo lost everything: their lands, their titles, even their lives. Others found their holdings reduced or relocated to less strategically important regions. Meanwhile, Iyasu's allies received new territories and prestigious positions within the emerging power structure. This massive redistribution of land and power, the most significant in Japanese history, cemented Iyasu's control. 3 years after Sekigahara, he took the title of shogun, establishing a dynasty that would rule Japan until the Meiji Restoration in 1868. What's remarkable about the aftermath of Sekigahara is how thoroughly it transformed Japan. After more than a century of almost constant warfare, the Tokugawa shogunate ushered in an era of peace and stability. Iyasu and his successors, implemented a series of policies designed to prevent any challenge to their authority. They required daimyo to maintain residences in Edo, modern Tokyo, and to leave family members there as hostages when they returned to their domains. They strictly controlled foreign contact, eventually implementing a policy of national seclusion that would last for more than 2 centuries. They standardized taxation, currency, and weights and measures, creating a more unified economic system. The peace and stability of the Tokugawa period, often called the Edo period, allowed Japanese culture to flourish. This was the golden age of kabuki theater, ukiyo-e woodblock printing, and haiku poetry. Urban centers grew, literacy rates increased, and a distinct middle class emerged. Japan, isolated from the outside world but at peace with itself, developed a rich, unique culture that continues to fascinate the world today. Yet the seeds of the Tokugawa shogunate's eventual downfall were planted at Sekigahara. The rigid social hierarchy and political system, established after the battle, eventually became too inflexible to adapt to changing circumstances. When Western powers forced Japan to open to trade in the mid-19th century, the contradictions and tensions within Tokugawa society were exposed, ultimately leading to the Meiji Restoration and the end of the shogunate. Still, the legacy of Sekigahara and the Tokugawa peace it inaugurated is profound. Modern Japan is in many ways still shaped by decisions made in the aftermath of this pivotal battle. The centralization of power, the emphasis on social harmony and order, the complex relationship between political authority and cultural identity. All these themes in Japanese history can be traced back to Sekigahara and its aftermath. The battlefield today is a quiet place, marked by monuments and museums. Standing there, it's hard to imagine the clash of armies that once shook this valley, or how the outcome of a single day's fighting could so dramatically reshape the destiny of a nation. Yet that's precisely what happened at Sekigahara, where the future of Japan was decided not just by the clash of swords, but by secret deals, timely betrayals, and the vision of a warlord who would become the founder of Japan's last shogunate. As we leave behind the mist-shrouded valley of Sekigahara, our journey takes us westward, across the vast Eurasian landmass, to another battlefield where the fate of an entire civilization hung in the balance. The year is 1258, and the greatest center of learning in the medieval world is about to face the fury of the most devastating military machine ever seen, the Mongol horde. The year is 1258. The place is Baghdad, jewel of the Islamic world, seat of the Abbasid Caliphate, and perhaps the greatest center of knowledge and learning on the planet. For 5 centuries, this magnificent city has stood as a beacon of civilization, home to the House of Wisdom, where scholars have preserved and translated the ancient knowledge of Greece, Persia, India, and China. Its libraries hold hundreds of thousands of books at a time, when the largest European libraries might contain a few hundred. Its streets are filled with poets, philosophers, astronomers, mathematicians, and physicians advancing human knowledge in ways that won't be matched in Europe for centuries to come. But on the horizon, a storm is gathering. The Mongols, led by Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, are coming, and what happens next will forever alter the course of human history. The Mongol advance toward Baghdad didn't begin overnight. For decades, the Mongol Empire had been expanding westward, consuming kingdom after kingdom, city after city. From their homeland in the steppes of Central Asia, Mongol armies had already conquered China, Central Asia, and much of modern-day Russia and Eastern Europe. Now they turned their attention to the Islamic world. Hulagu Khan, tasked by his brother Mong, the Great Khan, with extending Mongol rule into Western Asia, had assembled an enormous force. Some estimates suggest he commanded as many as 150,000 warriors, an almost unimaginable number for the time. This wasn't just any army. This was the most disciplined, mobile, and tactically advanced military force the world had yet seen. The Mongols were master horsemen, capable of covering vast distances faster than any other army. Each warrior maintained several horses, switching mounts to keep them fresh. They were expert archers who could shoot with deadly accuracy while riding at full gallop. Their composite bows, made of layers of wood, horn, and sinew, were powerful enough to penetrate armor at 300 yards. And perhaps most importantly, they operated with a level of coordination and tactical sophistication that their enemies simply couldn't match. As Hulagu's army approached Baghdad, the city should have been preparing for a desperate defense, but the Abbasid Caliph, al-Musta'sim, seemed unable to grasp the seriousness of the threat. Insulated by centuries of power and prestige, surrounded by courtiers who told him what he wanted to hear, the Caliph believed that no force would dare attack the spiritual center of Islam, that the Muslim world would rally to Baghdad's defense, that the Mongols could be bought off or intimidated. He was catastrophically wrong on all counts. As the Mongol army drew near, Hulagu sent a message to the Caliph demanding surrender. His letter was chilling in its directness. "When I lead my armies against Baghdad, even if you hide in the sky or in the earth, I will bring you down from the spinning spheres. I will toss you in the air like a lion. I will leave no one alive in your realm. I will burn your city, your land, yourself." The Caliph's response was a mix of religious invocation and empty threats, refusing surrender and warning Hulagu that all of Islam and the Christian world would rise against him. It was exactly the wrong approach. The Mongols had no patience for empty posturing, and Hulagu was now determined to make an example of Baghdad. The siege began in January of 1258. The Mongols surrounded the city, using captured engineers and their own siege experts to construct catapults, trebuchets, and other siege engines. They diverted the Tigris River to create a moat around parts of the city and to flood areas where Baghdad's defenders had dug defensive ditches. Baghdad's walls, though impressive, had not been maintained as they should have been. The city's military was a shadow of its former self. After years of political infighting, corruption, and neglect, Baghdad's defenses were woefully inadequate for the storm that was about to break upon them. For 12 days, the Mongols bombarded the city. They hurled flaming projectiles over the walls, launched countless arrows, and systematically targeted the towers and gatehouse with their heaviest siege engines. The noise alone must have been terrifying: the constant thump of catapults, the screams of the wounded, the crash of collapsing structures, the roar of flames. On February 10th, the walls were breached. What followed was one of history's most devastating sacks of a major city. Mongol warriors poured into Baghdad, killing anyone who resisted and many who didn't. The Caliph's army, such as it was, collapsed almost immediately. Some accounts suggest that citizens who tried to surrender were separated into groups. Those with useful skills like artisans, craftsmen, and beautiful women were spared. The rest were slaughtered. The destruction of Baghdad continued for a week. Buildings that had stood for centuries were put to the torch. The Grand Library, containing countless irreplaceable manuscripts, was burned or had its contents dumped into the Tigris River. The waters of the river were said to run black with ink from the thousands of books destroyed. The House of Wisdom, that great center of learning where works from ancient Greece, Persia, and India had been preserved and studied, was utterly destroyed. The death toll was staggering. Contemporary accounts, perhaps exaggerated but nonetheless horrifying, suggest that between 800,000 and 2 million people were killed. The Tigris River was said to run red with blood, then black with ink from the destroyed books, and finally back to its natural color. The smell of death hung over the ruined city for months. As for the Caliph himself, his fate was particularly humiliating. Hulagu initially treated him with some respect, but soon forced him to reveal where all his hidden treasure was kept. Then, unwilling to spill royal blood directly, Hulagu had the Caliph wrapped in a carpet and trampled to death by horses, or, according to some accounts, rolled up in the carpet and left to suffocate or starve. With him died the Abbasid Caliphate, which had ruled the Islamic world for 500 years. The fall of Baghdad sent shockwaves throughout the Middle East and beyond. Damascus surrendered without a fight when the Mongols arrived. The Mongol advance was only halted in 1260 at the Battle of Ain Jalut in modern-day Israel, where Egyptian Mamluks defeated them, the first major defeat of a Mongol army. The destruction of Baghdad marked the end of the Islamic Golden Age. Never again would the city regain its status as the intellectual and cultural capital of the Muslim world. The centers of Islamic power and learning shifted to Cairo, Istanbul, and other cities. The unified Islamic world under the Abbasid Caliphate fragmented into competing states. The loss of knowledge was incalculable. Thousands of books on mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, literature, and religion were destroyed. Scientific advances that might have been made, building on this vast collection of human knowledge, never happened. Some historians speculate that the destruction set back scientific progress in the Islamic world by centuries. Perhaps the most profound question about the Mongol sack of Baghdad is one we can never fully answer. What might have been? What discoveries, what ideas, what works of art and literature never came to be because of this catastrophic event? In the House of Wisdom and the libraries of Baghdad, the accumulated knowledge of multiple civilizations had been gathered, translated, studied, and built upon. When those buildings burned, how much of humanity's intellectual heritage was lost forever? Historians still debate why the Mongols were so devastatingly thorough in their destruction of Baghdad. Some suggest it was simply their standard tactic, an object lesson to other cities that resistance meant annihilation. Others point to possible religious motivations. Hulagu himself was a Buddhist, and some of his closest advisors were Nestorian Christians who may have harbored resentment toward Islam. Still others believe the destruction was spurred by the caliph's arrogant response to Mongol demands for surrender. Whatever the reason, the consequences were enormous. The Islamic world, which had been at the forefront of human knowledge and scientific advancement for centuries, entered a period of intellectual decline. The dynamic, inquiry-based approach to science that had characterized the House of Wisdom gave way to more traditional, conservative interpretations of knowledge. The unity of the Islamic world under the Abbasid Caliphate was shattered, never to be fully restored. In the smoking ruins of Baghdad, as the last flames died out and the Mongols moved on to their next conquest, one of history's great intellectual centers ceased to exist. The city would eventually be rebuilt, but the unique confluence of scholars, resources, and institutional support that had made it a wonder of the medieval world was gone forever. As we leave behind the ruins of Baghdad, our journey takes us back in time to ancient Greece, where another pivotal battle would determine the fate of Western civilization. The year is 479 before the Common Era, and on the plains of Plataea, the future of Greece, and perhaps of democracy itself, hangs in the balance. The summer sun beats down mercilessly on the plains of Plataea. It's August, 479 before the Common Era, and two great armies face each other across the rolling landscape of Boeotia in central Greece. On one side stands the largest invasion force the ancient world has ever seen, the Persian army, numbering perhaps 100,000 men, drawn from the vast empire that stretches from India to Egypt. On the other, a coalition of Greek city-states has assembled nearly 40,000 hoplites, heavily armed citizen soldiers fighting for their homes, their families, and a way of life that will one day be called democracy. What happens here, on this dusty plain beneath the shadows of Mount Cithaeron, will decide far more than just the outcome of the Greco-Persian Wars. In many ways, it will determine the future of Western civilization itself. This is Plataea, the final showdown between East and West, between imperial despotism and the first fragile experiments in democratic governance. To understand the significance of Plataea, we need to step back and look at the events that led to this momentous confrontation. The Persian Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great and expanded by his successors Cambyses and Darius, was the superpower of its day. Its armies had conquered Babylon, Egypt, and much of what we now call the Middle East and Central Asia. Its administrative systems, roads, postal service, and economic organization were unrivaled in the ancient world. But there was a thorn in the Persian side: the Greek city-states along the Aegean coast of Asia Minor. These cities, ethnically and culturally Greek but under Persian control, had revolted in 499 BCE with support from Athens and Eretria, independent city-states on the Greek mainland. Although the Persians crushed the Ionian revolt, they didn't forget the interference from Athens and Eretria. In 490 BCE, King Darius sent a punitive expedition across the Aegean. This force sacked Eretria but was famously defeated by the Athenians at the Battle of Marathon. 10 years later, Darius's son Xerxes launched a much larger invasion, determined to bring all of Greece under Persian dominion. The Persian force that crossed the Hellespont in 480 BCE was staggering in its size and diversity. Herodotus, the Greek historian who chronicled these wars, claims that it numbered over 2 million men, an obvious exaggeration, but one that conveys the overwhelming impression the Persian host made on contemporary observers. Modern historians suggest a more realistic figure of around 150 to 200,000, still an enormous army by ancient standards. Initially, the Persian advance seemed unstoppable. The heroic last stand of King Leonidas and his Spartans at Thermopylae has become legendary, but it only delayed the Persian advance. Athens was captured and burnt to the ground. It appeared that all of Greece would fall. But then came the Battle of Salamis, where the Greek fleet, under the leadership of the Athenian Themistocles, defeated the Persian navy in the narrow straits between the island of Salamis and the mainland. This naval victory changed everything. Xerxes, fearing he might be cut off from Asia, retreated with much of his army, leaving his general Mardonius with a still formidable force to complete the conquest of Greece the following year. Which brings us to Plataea, where the largest Greek army ever assembled prepared to face Mardonius and decide the fate of Greece once and for all. The Greek force was a coalition of city-states, unprecedented in its size and composition. The traditional rivals Athens and Sparta fought side by side, along with contingents from dozens of other cities. The Spartans, with their professional army of rigorously trained warriors, formed the right wing of the Greek line, the position of honor. The Athenians held the left wing, while other allied contingents filled the center. The Greek army was predominantly composed of hoplites, heavily armed infantry who fought in a tight formation called a phalanx. Each hoplite carried a round shield, hoplon, and a spear, and wore bronze armor. The strength of the phalanx lay in its cohesion. As long as the formation held, it presented an almost impenetrable wall of shields and spear points to the enemy. The Persian army was more diverse. Its core consisted of Persian, Median, and Bactrian infantry, armed with wicker shields, short spears, bows, and daggers. The elite troops were the so-called immortals, 10,000 hand-picked warriors who served as the royal guard. The Persians also employed large numbers of archers, cavalry, and auxiliary troops drawn from the many peoples of their vast empire. For 11 days, the two armies faced each other, neither willing to make the first move. The Greek position, on higher ground near the foothills of Mount Cithaeron, was defensively strong. Mardonius, knowing that time was on his side, attempted to break the Greek alliance by diplomatic means and harassment. His cavalry raided the Greek supply lines and fouled the springs that provided them with water. On the 12th day, shortages of water and supplies forced the Greeks to attempt a night withdrawal to a better position. In the darkness and confusion, the carefully coordinated movement broke down. Dawn found the Greek army split into 3 groups, separated and vulnerable. Seeing his opportunity, Mardonius ordered an immediate attack. The Persian cavalry and infantry surged forward, expecting to destroy the disorganized Greeks piecemeal. What followed was one of the most desperate and consequential battles of the ancient world. The Spartans, under their regent Pausanias, bore the brunt of the Persian attack. As Persian arrows darkened the sky, the Spartan hoplites held their position, their bronze shields and armor providing some protection against the barrage. Pausanias ordered his men to crouch behind their shields, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. That moment came when the Persians, gaining confidence, began to push forward en masse. Suddenly, the Spartan line surged to its feet and advanced in perfect formation, their spears leveled. The disciplined hoplite phalanx smashed into the Persian infantry like a human battering ram. The fighting was brutal and hand-to-hand. The Greek advantage in armor and close combat weapons began to tell, but the Persians fought with determination, driven by their own code of honor and the presence of Mardonius himself, who led from the front as was expected of Persian commanders. The turning point came when Mardonius, conspicuous in his brilliant white armor atop a white horse, was struck down by a Spartan spear or stone. With their leader fallen, Persian morale collapsed. The retreat began as a trickle, then became a flood as more and more Persian units broke and ran. Meanwhile, on another part of the battlefield, the Athenians were engaged with the Persian allies, Greek states like Thebes that had chosen to side with Xerxes. These were hoplite versus hoplite battles, and they were particularly bitter. The Athenians, still burning with anger over the destruction of their city the previous year, fought with cold fury. Eventually, they too broke their opponents. As the Persian center collapsed and the retreat became general, the Greeks pursued their fleeing enemies. Many Persians were cut down as they ran. Others made it back to their fortified camp, only to be trapped there when the victorious Greeks stormed the walls. The slaughter that followed was terrible, with ancient sources claiming that only 3,000 Persians out of the entire army survived. The Greek victory was complete. The Persian threat to the Greek mainland was ended forever. The Persian Empire, though still vast and powerful, would never again attempt to conquer Greece. Instead, the Greeks would take the offensive, beginning a long process that would culminate a century and a half later with Alexander the Great's conquest of the entire Persian Empire. But the significance of Plataea goes far beyond its immediate military outcome. Had the Persians won, they would have extinguished the independence of the Greek city-states. Athens, with its radical new experiment in democracy, would have become just another province of the Persian Empire, ruled by a satrap appointed by the great king. The cultural and intellectual flowering that we now call the Greek Golden Age, the age of Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, of Pericles and Phidias, might never have happened. The philosophical traditions, political theories, artistic and architectural achievements, and scientific inquiries that form the foundation of Western civilization might have been stillborn. This isn't to suggest that Persian rule would have been particularly harsh or oppressive by ancient standards. The Persian Empire was generally tolerant of local customs and religions, but the unique political climate of independent, often competing Greek city-states created a marketplace of ideas unlike anything the ancient world had seen before. That intellectual ferment, that freedom to question and challenge established ideas, might have been lost under the more hierarchical Persian system. The victory at Plataea gave the Greeks, especially the Athenians, a newfound confidence. In the decades that followed, Athens would transform itself into the cultural and intellectual center of the Mediterranean world. The Parthenon and other magnificent buildings would rise on the Acropolis. Tragedy and comedy would evolve into sophisticated art forms exploring the human condition. Philosophy would flourish, asking fundamental questions about reality, knowledge, and how we should live. Perhaps most importantly, the democratic system of government pioneered by Athens would survive and develop. Though limited by modern standards, only adult male citizens could participate, excluding women, slaves, and resident foreigners. It was revolutionary for its time. Power resided not in a king or an aristocracy, but in the assembly of citizens. Leaders were chosen by lot or election. Laws were made by popular vote. This was a radical departure from the monarchies, oligarchies, and empires that dominated the ancient world. The Battle of Plataea ensured that this fragile experiment in self-government would have time to take root and grow. Democracy would face many challenges in the centuries to come, including from the Greeks themselves during the Peloponnesian War. But the idea that citizens should govern themselves, once established, would never be completely forgotten. Of course, we should be careful not to romanticize the ancient Greeks or oversimplify the historical significance of Plataea. The Greeks were not fighting for democracy or Western civilization as abstract concepts. The Spartans, who played such a crucial role in the victory, were anything but democratic, maintaining a rigidly hierarchical society built on the labor of a subjugated population called helots. Many Greek city-states were oligarchies, where power rested with a small group of wealthy citizens. What united the Greeks at Plataea was not ideology, but a fierce attachment to their independence and their way of life. They were fighting for their homes, their families, their gods, and their freedom from foreign domination. That they preserved something that would later be recognized as the seeds of Western civilization was, in some ways, an unintended consequence of their victory. The battlefield of Plataea today is a quiet, unassuming place. Few tourists visit compared to more famous sites like the Acropolis or Delphi. Yet this is where one of history's most consequential battles was fought, where the course of human civilization potentially turned on the courage of hoplites standing shield to shield against the might of an empire. In the aftermath of the battle, the Greeks took a solemn oath, known to us from later inscriptions. "I will not put freedom below anything else. I will obey those who exercise authority prudently, and the laws that are established, and any that may yet be wisely established. If anyone seeks to overthrow the Constitution or disobeys it, I will not permit it. I will defend it alone and with many." This oath of Plataea encapsulates what the Greeks believed they were fighting for, not just their physical survival, but a way of life based on law rather than the whim of a distant monarch. A monument was erected on the battlefield, a bronze column shaped like 3 intertwined snakes, bearing the names of the 31 Greek city-states that took part in the battle. Remarkably, the base of this monument still survives today, not at Plataea, but in Istanbul, formerly Constantinople, where it was taken by the Roman Emperor Constantine centuries later. Known as the Serpent Column, it stands as a tangible link to that distant battlefield where the future of the West was decided. As we stand on the plains of Plataea in our mind's eye, looking out over the landscape where hoplites once clashed with the forces of the world's greatest empire, we're reminded of how history can turn on a single day, a single battle, a single decision. The Greek victory here wasn't inevitable. It was earned through courage, discipline, and perhaps a measure of luck. Had things gone differently, the world we live in today might be unrecognizably altered. In the misty dawn of a September morning in 490 before the Common Era, an impossible confrontation was about to unfold on a narrow coastal plain in Greece. 2 armies faced each other across the field of Marathon, separated by less than a mile of open ground. On one side stood perhaps 10,000 Athenian and Plataean hoplites, citizen soldiers of small Greek city-states with limited military experience. On the other, the greatest fighting force the ancient world had ever known, a Persian army of at least 25,000 elite troops who had conquered everything in their path from the borders of India to the shores of the Mediterranean. This wasn't just a battle. This was a moment when the entire course of Western civilization hung in the balance. Had the Persians succeeded that day, Athens would have fallen, and with it, the nascent democracy that would one day inspire governments across the world. Philosophy, theater, mathematics, all might have developed very differently under Persian rule. The Battle of Marathon wasn't just about who controlled a strip of land in Greece. It was about which vision of human society would prevail. But why were the Persians there in the first place? The story begins years earlier with the Ionian Revolt, when Greek colonies in Asia Minor rebelled against Persian rule. Athens had sent ships to aid their fellow Greeks, infuriating the Persian Emperor Darius I. The great king swore vengeance, and not just against the rebellious colonies, but against Athens itself. According to legend, he even appointed a servant to remind him 3 times during every meal, "Master, remember the Athenians." And so the mighty Persian war machine turned its gaze toward Greece. After subduing islands in the Aegean, the Persian force landed at Marathon, just 26 miles from Athens. Why Marathon? Some historians believe the Persians chose this location because it offered excellent terrain for their cavalry, which was their most formidable weapon. Others suggest they had intelligence that pro-Persian sympathizers in Athens might support them if they established a beachhead nearby. Whatever the reason, the Persians likely expected little resistance from the supposedly inferior Greek forces. What the Persians couldn't have anticipated was the leadership of Miltiades, an Athenian general who had once served in the Persian army himself. He understood Persian tactics better than any other Greek commander, and convinced his fellow generals to attempt what seemed like madness, a direct frontal assault against a numerically superior force. The Athenians sent a runner named Phidippides to Sparta requesting reinforcements, but the Spartans claimed they could not march until after their religious festival of Carnae ended. The Athenians would have to face the Persian juggernaut alone, save for about 1,000 allies from the small city-state of Plataea. Miltiades had a plan that defied conventional military wisdom of the time. He thinned out the center of his battle line to extend the width of his formation, ensuring the Persians couldn't outflank them. Then, against all traditional tactics, he ordered his heavily armored hoplites to do something unprecedented: charge at a full run across the open field toward the Persian lines. Imagine the scene: 10,000 men in bronze armor running nearly a mile in the summer heat, shields and spears growing heavier with each step, knowing they were outnumbered at least 2 to 1. The Persians must have thought them mad. No army charged across open ground against superior numbers. It simply wasn't done. But there was method in this apparent madness. By running, the Greeks minimized their exposure to Persian archers, whose deadly volleys could have decimated a slowly advancing phalanx. The charge also had a psychological effect. The sight of thousands of heavily armored men covering ground with unexpected speed, the rhythmic thunder of their footfalls, the glint of sunlight on thousands of bronze helmets and shield facing, it was terrifying, disorienting. When the armies clashed, the Persian center, composed of their best troops, initially pushed back against the deliberately weakened Greek center. But this was part of Miltiades' strategy. As the Persian center advanced, the stronger Greek wings enveloped the Persian flanks. Suddenly, the advantage of numbers meant nothing in the crushing press of bodies. The Persian soldiers, lightly armored and trained for hit-and-run tactics, found themselves trapped in close-quarters combat against heavily armored Greeks fighting in disciplined formation. The battle turned into a slaughter. Unable to retreat effectively, thousands of Persian soldiers were killed where they stood or drowned in the marshes as they fled toward their ships. The Greeks, by contrast, lost only 192 men, their names recorded for posterity on a monument that would stand for centuries. But perhaps the most mysterious aspect of Marathon involves what happened next. According to later Greek historians, the Persians didn't immediately retreat after their defeat. Instead, they sailed around the coast toward Athens itself, hoping to find the city undefended while the army was still at Marathon. Somehow, the exhausted Greek soldiers, fresh from battle, marched back to Athens with extraordinary speed. When the Persian fleet arrived, they found the same army they had just faced at Marathon waiting for them. Seeing that no quick victory was possible, the Persians departed. How did the Athenians move so quickly? The traditional story claims that a runner named Phidippides ran from the battlefield to Athens to announce the victory, collapsing and dying after gasping out, "We have won." This story, which inspired the modern marathon race, actually appears to be a later invention. Contemporary accounts suggest the entire army made the march in a matter of hours. This raises intriguing questions. How did soldiers, exhausted from both the charge and the battle itself, cover 26 miles in heavy armor in a single afternoon? Some historians suggest the Athenians had advanced intelligence of Persian plans and began moving select units even before the battle concluded. Others propose that only a smaller, elite force made the march. Whatever the truth, the rapid redeployment of Greek forces saved Athens from a potentially devastating sneak attack. The victory at Marathon transformed Greek confidence. Before Marathon, the Persian Empire had seemed invincible, a juggernaut that swallowed kingdoms whole. After Marathon, the Greeks realized that superior tactics, technology, and training could overcome even the greatest numerical disadvantage. This lesson would prove crucial 10 years later when the Persians returned in even greater numbers. Marathon also cemented the reputation of Athenian democracy. The victory was won not by professional soldiers or mercenaries, but by citizen soldiers fighting for their homes and their way of life. This became a powerful narrative in Athenian culture, reinforcing the idea that free men fighting for freedom were inherently superior to subjects fighting for a distant monarch. There are those who argue that Marathon was merely one battle in a larger conflict, not the civilization-defining moment it's often portrayed as. Yet consider this. Had Athens fallen in 490 before the Common Era, before the development of its greatest philosophical, dramatic, and architectural achievements, would Western civilization as we know it exist today? The golden age of Athens that followed Marathon gave us Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, the foundations of Western philosophy. It gave us the dramatic works of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. It gave us the Parthenon and a model of direct democracy that would inspire political thinkers for millennia to come. Marathon reminds us that history often hinges on improbable victories, on moments when the expected course of events is dramatically altered by courage, innovation, and circumstance. It makes us wonder, how many other turning points throughout human history came down to equally narrow margins? How many crucial battles, negotiations, or discoveries might have gone the other way if not for some small advantage or insight? Perhaps most haunting of all is the question of what might have been lost. Had the Persians won at Marathon, they likely would not have destroyed Athenian culture entirely. The Persian Empire was known for allowing conquered peoples to maintain their customs and beliefs. But would Athens under Persian rule have developed the same vibrant intellectual culture that gave rise to its greatest achievements? Would the experiment in democracy have continued, or would it have been remembered as a brief, failed attempt at self-governance? We'll never know. What we do know is that on that fateful day in 490 before the Common Era, on a plain 26 miles from Athens, a smaller army defeated a larger one, and in doing so, perhaps preserved a way of looking at the world that continues to influence us today. The echoes of those 10,000 running men still resonate across the centuries, reminding us that the course of civilization can change in a single day. The waters were calm in the narrow straits between the island of Salamis and the Greek mainland that autumn morning in 480 before the Common Era. To the casual observer, it might have seemed like any other day in the azure waters of the Aegean. But something extraordinary was about to unfold here, something that would alter the course of human history more dramatically than perhaps any naval battle before or since. Imagine the scene. Hundreds of warships packed tightly into a confined channel of water, the early morning sun glinting off thousands of bronze helmets, the air filled with the creaking of timbers and the splash of thousands of oars dipping into the salty water. This was not just a battle. It was the moment when the fate of Western civilization hung by the thinnest of threads. 10 years after their defeat at Marathon, the Persians had returned to Greece with a vengeance. This time, Emperor Xerxes himself led the invasion force, determined to succeed where his father Darius had failed. By all accounts, the Persian force was staggering in size, though ancient estimates of 2 million men are surely exaggerated. Modern historians suggest a more realistic but still overwhelming force of perhaps 175,000 soldiers and a fleet of around 1,000 ships. Against this, the combined Greek forces numbered perhaps 40,000 men and just 380 triremes, the triple-tiered warships that were the battleships of their day. The odds seemed insurmountable. The Persian advance had been relentless. Despite the legendary last stand of King Leonidas and his 300 Spartans at Thermopylae, the Persian army had swept through northern Greece. Athens itself had been evacuated, its temples and buildings put to the torch by the invaders. Most of the Greek city-states had either been conquered or had prudently switched sides to join the seemingly invincible Persian juggernaut. Only a desperate alliance of remaining free Greek cities, led by Athens and Sparta, stood against the invasion. Their last hope rested with their fleet, now gathered in the strait between the island of Salamis and the mainland. It was here that Themistocles, the brilliant Athenian commander, had orchestrated what must be considered one of the greatest strategic deceptions in military history. Themistocles understood something fundamental about the Persian approach to warfare. The Persian Empire was accustomed to overwhelming enemies with superior numbers, using their vast resources to simply bulldoze opposition. Their ships were designed to carry larger crews for boarding actions rather than naval maneuvering. The Greek triremes, particularly the Athenian ones, were faster, more agile, and crewed by men who had grown up with the sea in their blood. But these advantages would mean nothing in open water, where Persian numbers could surround and overwhelm the Greeks. Themistocles needed to nullify the Persian numerical advantage by choosing the battlefield carefully. The narrow Strait of Salamis was perfect, a confined space where only a limited number of Persian ships could engage at once, and where their larger numbers would actually become a liability rather than an asset. The challenge was getting the Persians to attack in exactly the right spot, at exactly the right time. What followed was an incredible feat of psychological warfare and strategic deception. Themistocles sent a trusted slave to the Persian camp, posing as a traitor to the Greek cause. The slave informed Xerxes that the Greek alliance was falling apart, with various contingents planning to flee under cover of darkness. If the Persians wished to prevent the Greeks from escaping, they would need to block both ends of the strait immediately. Xerxes, tired of the prolonged campaign and eager for a decisive victory, took the bait. He ordered his fleet to take positions during the night, blocking the exits from the strait and preparing for battle at dawn. Persian ships had been rowing all night, their crews exhausted before the battle even began. Meanwhile, the Greeks had rested well, knowing exactly what was coming. As dawn broke, the Persian fleet found itself committed to battle in the worst possible position. The confined space negated their numerical advantage. Their ships were packed so tightly that maneuverability became impossible. The Greek triremes, by contrast, could operate with relative freedom, using their superior speed and the infamous ram, a metal-sheathed underwater extension of the bow, to devastating effect. The battle that followed was chaotic and brutal. Triremes were essentially floating platforms from which Marines fought hand-to-hand once ships were grappled together. The primary naval tactic was ramming, driving the bronze-sheathed ram into the side or stern of an enemy vessel to puncture its hull. The sound must have been deafening. The splintering of timbers, the shouts of commanders, the screams of the wounded and drowning, all echoing across the water and off the rocky shores. Greek triremes would row forward at ramming speed, crash into a Persian vessel, back water to extract their ram, and then move on to the next target. Persian ships, hemmed in by their own numbers, couldn't maneuver effectively to counter these tactics. Many Persian sailors, unlike their Greek counterparts, couldn't swim, turning each sinking into a death sentence. In the confusion, Persian ships sometimes rammed their own allies. Adding to the Persian disadvantage was the fact that Xerxes himself was watching from a golden throne on Mount Aigilio overlooking the strait. Persian captains, knowing their emperor was witnessing their performance, may have fought more aggressively than wisdom dictated, taking unnecessary risks to avoid appearing cowardly. By day's end, the Persians had lost somewhere between 200 and 300 ships, compared to around 40 for the Greeks. More importantly, the myth of Persian naval invincibility had been shattered. Xerxes, fearing that the Greeks might sail to the Hellespont and destroy the bridges he had built across the strait, cutting off his retreat to Asia, withdrew the bulk of his forces. Though he left behind a substantial army under his general Mardonius to continue the campaign the following year, the strategic initiative had shifted dramatically. The victory at Salamis changed everything. Had the Persians won, they would have outflanked the remaining Greek land forces. Greece would almost certainly have fallen under Persian control, becoming just another province in the vast Persian Empire. Athens, already burned, might never have been rebuilt in the same way. The democracy that was still in its experimental stages might have been abandoned entirely. Instead, the victory gave the Greeks the confidence and time they needed. The following year, the remainder of the Persian invasion force was defeated at the Battle of Plataea. The immediate Persian threat was ended, and Greece entered a period of cultural and intellectual flowering that would change the world forever. This was the golden age of Athens, when tragedy and comedy were refined as art forms, when philosophy flourished under figures like Socrates, when the Parthenon rose over the city as a testament to human ingenuity and artistic achievement. None of this might have happened had those 380 triremes failed in the Strait of Salamis. What makes Salamis truly remarkable is that it represents the triumph of intelligence over brute force, of strategy over overwhelming numbers. Themistocles didn't just win a battle. He orchestrated a situation where victory became possible despite seemingly insurmountable odds. He understood his enemy's psychology, recognized his own force's strengths and weaknesses, and created conditions that transformed disadvantages into advantages. There's something almost poetic about the fact that this pivotal moment in Western history occurred at sea. The Greeks, especially the Athenians, were a maritime people. Their connection to the sea defined their culture, their economy, their very identity. That they would save their civilization through naval brilliance seems appropriate, even inevitable in retrospect. The battle also highlights something profound about the nature of history itself. We often imagine historical outcomes as inevitable, as if the world we inhabit is the only one that could possibly have emerged from the past. But Salamis reminds us that history balances on knife edges, that momentous change can hinge on deception, timing, and circumstance. What if Themistocles' messenger had been discovered? What if Xerxes had been more patient? What if a sudden storm had scattered the Greek fleet? Any of these might have led to a Persian victory and a fundamentally different development of Western civilization. The democratic experiment might have been cut short before it could inspire future generations. Philosophy might have developed along very different lines. The art, architecture, and literature that emerged from classical Greece might never have taken the forms we know. The waters of Salamis appear calm today. Ferries and pleasure craft ply the strait where once the fate of civilizations was decided. But beneath those waters, perhaps, rest the remnants of that momentous day, fragments of ancient timber, corroded bronze, silent witnesses to one of history's great turning points. They remind us that history is not preordained, that human ingenuity can overcome seemingly impossible odds, and that the course of civilization can change direction in a single day of fire, wood, bronze, and blood. There is a small valley in the northern reaches of modern-day Israel, near a natural spring called Ein Jalut, the spring of Goliath. Today, it's a peaceful stretch of land, filled with farms and the quiet rhythms of rural life. But on a sweltering September day in 1260 before the Common Era, this unassuming valley became the stage for one of history's most consequential battles, a confrontation that would determine the fate of entire civilizations and religions. For nearly 40 years, the Mongol Empire had seemed unstoppable. From their homeland in the steppes of Central Asia, Mongol armies had swept across the known world with a speed and ferocity that terrified everyone in their path. China, Central Asia, Russia, Eastern Europe, Persia, all had fallen to the seemingly invincible horsemen from the east. Cities that resisted were obliterated, their populations slaughtered. Those who surrendered immediately might be spared, but would live under harsh Mongol rule. By 1258 before the Common Era, Mongol forces under Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis Khan, had conquered Persia and Mesopotamia. Baghdad, the intellectual and spiritual center of the Islamic world for 500 years, had fallen. The last Abbasid caliph, descendant of the Prophet Muhammad's uncle and spiritual leader of Sunni Islam, was rolled in a carpet and trampled to death by Mongol horses, a royal execution that avoided spilling noble blood on the ground. The great libraries of Baghdad were burned, their contents dumped into the Tigris River, turning the water black with dissolved ink. Syria fell next. Damascus and Aleppo surrendered without a fight, having heard what happened to cities that resisted. The Mongol advance seemed unstoppable, and Hulagu's next target was clear: Egypt, the last major Islamic power in the region, ruled by the Mamluk Sultanate. The Mamluks themselves were a historical anomaly, a ruling class of former slaves. Mamluks were children, primarily of Turkic or Circassian origin, who had been captured or purchased, and then intensively trained as elite warriors from a young age. Unlike typical slaves, Mamluks could achieve high status, wealth, and political power. In fact, they had recently overthrown their masters and established their own sultanate ruling Egypt and parts of the Levant. As the Mongol juggernaut approached Egypt, something unexpected happened. Murk Khan, the great Khan and Hulagu's brother, died suddenly in Mongolia. Hulagu, as a potential claimant to the throne, was forced to return to Mongolia with much of his army to participate in the election of a new great Khan. He left behind approximately 20,000 troops under the command of his general Kitbuka to hold Syria and prepare for the eventual invasion of Egypt. For the Mamluks, this presented a rare opportunity. The Mongol force, while still formidable, was smaller than it had been. The Mamluk Sultan, Qutuz, and his brilliant general Baybars decided to take a tremendous risk. Rather than waiting for the Mongols to invade Egypt, they would march north into Palestine to confront them. This was a decision of extraordinary courage or foolhardiness, depending on one's perspective. No major power had voluntarily chosen to face the Mongols in open battle and survived. The Mamluks were deliberately seeking out an enemy that had crushed everyone in its path for decades. If they failed, Egypt would fall, and with it, possibly the last major Islamic state in the region. The two armies met at Ain Jalut on September 3, 1260 before the Common Era. The Mongol force, while smaller than the full might that had conquered Baghdad, was still composed of seasoned veterans who had never known defeat. They were masters of the composite bow, capable of accurate fire from horseback at ranges that seemed impossible to their enemies. Their tactics, honed across decades of warfare from China to Hungary, were sophisticated and effective. The Mamluks, however, had several advantages. First, they were fighting on terrain they knew well, terrain that did not favor the usual Mongol tactics of wide encirclement. The valley of Ain Jalut was relatively narrow, with hills and forests that limited the Mongols' mobility. Second, the Mamluks themselves were exceptional horsemen and archers, perhaps the only fighting force in the world whose skills could rival those of the Mongols. And finally, they had a plan. Under the leadership of Baybars, the Mamluks executed a tactic that the Mongols themselves had used countless times: the feigned retreat. A portion of the Mamluk army engaged the Mongols, then appeared to break and flee. The Mongols, scenting victory, pursued them into the valley where the main Mamluk force waited in concealment. Suddenly, the hunters became the hunted, as Mamluk warriors emerged from hiding to surround the overextended Mongol forces. The battle raged for hours under the brutal Middle Eastern sun. Both sides were master archers, filling the air with arrows. Both were exceptional horsemen, executing complex maneuvers at high speed. But gradually, the numerical advantage of the Mamluks began to tell. Kitbuka, the Mongol general, fought to the end but was eventually captured and executed. Without their commander, the remaining Mongol forces retreated north. The immediate consequences of Ain Jalut were significant. The Mamluks pursued the retreating Mongols, recapturing Damascus and much of Syria. Hulagu did return with a larger force the following year, but internal divisions within the Mongol Empire prevented him from mustering the full might that had conquered Baghdad. The Mamluks and Mongols would continue to clash for decades, but the Mongol advance into the heart of the Islamic world had been decisively halted. Yet the long-term implications of this battle were even more profound. Had the Mongols defeated the Mamluks at Ain Jalut, they almost certainly would have conquered Egypt. From there, they could have continued west across North Africa or south into sub-Saharan Africa. There would have been few powers capable of offering meaningful resistance. The Islamic world, already reeling from the fall of Baghdad, might have been largely absorbed into the Mongol Empire. Religious history might have unfolded very differently as well. While the Mongols were generally tolerant of different faiths in their conquered territories, the destruction of Islamic political power could have fundamentally altered the religion's development. Islam might have become a minority faith in regions where it had been dominant. Alternatively, the Mongols themselves might have converted to Islam earlier and more completely than they did historically, potentially creating a vastly different religious landscape across Asia. Ain Jalut also represents the high-water mark of Mongol expansion westward. While the Mongol Empire would continue to exist in various forms for centuries, never again would it threaten to engulf the Mediterranean world. Europe, already spared once by the fortuitous death of Urgide Khan in 1241, before the Common Era, which had forced Mongol generals to return from Hungary and Poland for a new Kurultai, or leadership election, would not face another serious Mongol invasion attempt. What makes Ain Jalut particularly fascinating is how close it came to never happening at all. Had Merk Khan not died when he did, Hulagu would have led his full army against Egypt, likely with very different results. Had the Mamluks chosen the safer course of defending their borders rather than marching north to confront the Mongols, the battle would never have taken place in that location. History pivoted on these contingencies, on timing and individual decisions that might easily have gone another way to produce a vastly different world from the one we know. The battle also represents an extraordinary moment of role reversal. The Mongols, who had built an empire by using superior mobility and the feigned retreat to devastating effect, found themselves on the receiving end of the same tactics. In a sense, the Mamluks defeated the Mongols by becoming more like them, adapting to and adopting the very methods that had made the Mongols so successful. There's something almost poetic about the fact that the Mongols were finally defeated by former slaves. The Mamluks, men who had once had no freedom at all, stopped the force that had enslaved half the known world. It's a reminder that history's course can be changed by those from whom we might least expect it, that power can emerge from unexpected quarters to reshape the world. Today, few outside of historical circles remember Ain Jalut. It lacks the name recognition of Waterloo, Gettysburg, or Stalingrad, yet its impact on world history was arguably just as significant as any of these more famous battles. It preserved Islamic civilization at a moment when it might have been overwhelmed. It marked the limit of Mongol expansion, saving countless cultures and societies from conquest. And it served as a powerful reminder that even the most seemingly invincible military force has its limitations and vulnerabilities. The spring still flows at Ain Jalut. Farmers tend their crops in fields where arrows once darkened the sky. The empires that clashed there have long since crumbled to dust, but the consequences of what happened on that hot September day continue to shape our world in ways we can barely comprehend. It stands as a testament to history's contingency, to the idea that the world as we know it was never inevitable, but rather emerged from countless moments when things might have gone very differently indeed. In the summer of 612 before the Common Era, beneath the towering mud-brick walls of Nineveh, capital of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, an unlikely alliance of former enemies gathered with a single purpose: to destroy the most powerful empire the world had ever known. For more than 3 centuries, Assyria had dominated the Near East through military innovation, administrative efficiency, and calculated brutality. Now, as the combined armies of Babylonians, Medes, Scythians, and others surrounded the greatest city in the world, one of history's most dramatic reversals of fortune was about to unfold. The Neo-Assyrian Empire at its height stretched from Egypt to Iran, from Turkey to the Persian Gulf. It was not just extensive, it was the first true empire in world history, with sophisticated systems of provincial administration, imperial highways, and regular postal services connecting its far-flung territories. Nineveh itself was a wonder of the ancient world, its walls reportedly 100 feet high and wide enough for 3 chariots to ride abreast, enclosing an area of nearly 3 square miles, with a population that may have exceeded 150,000 people. Within the city stood the palace of King Sennacherib, described in ancient texts as the palace without rival. Archaeologists who excavated the site in the 19th century found it contained at least 80 rooms, its walls lined with intricately carved stone reliefs depicting Assyrian military victories and royal hunts. Nearby stood the even more magnificent palace of Ashurbanipal, which housed one of the ancient world's greatest libraries, with over 30,000 clay tablets preserving everything from epic poetry to astronomical observations to medical texts. How could such a seemingly invincible empire, at the height of its cultural and military power, collapse so suddenly and completely? The story of Nineveh's fall is both a cautionary tale about imperial overreach and a reminder that history's greatest powers often contain within themselves the seeds of their own destruction. The roots of Assyria's collapse can be traced to the death of its greatest king, Ashurbanipal, around 631 before the Common Era. Under his leadership, the empire had reached its zenith, defeating Egypt, Elam, and numerous other rivals. But the very success of Assyrian imperialism created problems that would ultimately prove unsolvable. First, the empire had simply grown too large to effectively control with the administrative technology available in the ancient world. Messages from the frontiers to the capital could take weeks to arrive, making rapid response to rebellions difficult. Second, centuries of warfare had depleted Assyria's native population. Increasingly, the empire relied on mercenaries and conscripts from conquered territories, troops whose loyalty was questionable at best. Most significantly, Assyrian rule was maintained through extraordinary brutality. Royal inscriptions boast of flaying enemies alive, impaling captured soldiers on stakes, and creating pyramids of severed heads outside conquered cities. While these tactics inspired fear, they also bred deep-seated hatred among subject peoples. The Assyrians had few genuine allies, only temporarily cowed enemies waiting for signs of weakness. That weakness emerged after Ashurbanipal's death. A series of succession struggles destabilized the imperial core. In 626 before the Common Era, the governor of Babylon, Nabopolassar, declared independence. Unlike previous Babylonian rebellions, which the Assyrians had crushed with relative ease, this one gained momentum. The Assyrians found themselves unable to quickly reassert control, partly because they were simultaneously facing pressure from the Medes, an Iranian people who had also endured Assyrian domination. What followed was unprecedented in ancient history, a coordinated alliance between Babylonians and Medes, traditional enemies who shared only their hatred of Assyria. Joining them were Scythian horsemen from the steppes and various other peoples seeking to throw off the Assyrian yoke. Year by year, this coalition gained ground. The Assyrians lost control of their provinces one by one. By 612 before the Common Era, the empire had been reduced to its heartland in northern Mesopotamia. The siege of Nineveh that began in the summer of that year was unlike anything the ancient world had seen before. The combined armies of Babylonians, Medes, and their allies may have numbered in the hundreds of thousands, though ancient numbers are notoriously unreliable. The city, despite its massive fortifications, was vulnerable in one respect. The Kasa River flowed through the city walls, providing a potential point of entry if the flow could be manipulated. According to later Babylonian accounts, the siege coincided with unusually heavy rains, which caused the river to flood. This may have damaged sections of the wall where the river entered the city. Some ancient sources suggest the attackers deliberately diverted the river to undermine the defenses, essentially using water as a weapon of mass destruction in the ancient world. Archaeological evidence at Nineveh shows a thick layer of silt in some areas, supporting the idea that flooding played a role in the city's fall. After a siege of just 3 months, remarkably short for such a well-fortified city, Nineveh fell. The last Assyrian king, Sin-Shar-Rishkun, reportedly committed suicide by ordering his palace set ablaze with himself inside rather than face capture. The victorious coalition unleashed upon Nineveh the same brutal treatment the Assyrians had inflicted on countless cities before. The city was systematically looted and burned. Its population was slaughtered or deported. The great palaces with their priceless art and libraries were put to the torch. So complete was the destruction that, when the Greek general Xenophon passed by the ruins 200 years later, locals could not even tell him the name of the city that had once stood there. An empire that had dominated the known world for 3 centuries had been erased so thoroughly that its very memory began to fade from human consciousness. Nineveh itself would not be positively identified again until the 19th century, when British archaeologist Austen Henry Layard uncovered its buried splendors. The fall of Nineveh and the collapse of the Assyrian Empire created a power vacuum that fundamentally reshaped the ancient Near East. Babylon, under Nebuchadnezzar II, son of Nabopolassar, would emerge as the new dominant power in Mesopotamia, creating the Neo-Babylonian Empire that would itself last less than a century before falling to the Persians. The Medes established control over much of Iran before they, too, were absorbed into the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great. For the small kingdom of Judah, caught between these great powers, the Assyrian collapse brought only a brief respite. Having survived as an Assyrian vassal state, Judah would soon face the Babylonians, resulting in the destruction of Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and the Babylonian exile described in the Hebrew Bible. This pivotal event would transform Judaism from a local religion, centered on temple worship, into a more portable faith that could survive without its central shrine, a transformation that would have profound implications for the later development of Christianity and Islam. The fall of Nineveh teaches us something profound about the nature of power and empire. The Neo-Assyrian Empire had represented the cutting edge of military technology and administrative innovation. Its armies were the most effective fighting force the world had yet seen. Its royal ideology, which portrayed the king as the earthly representative of the god Ashur, created a powerful unifying narrative. Its roads, postal systems, and provincial organization established templates that later empires would emulate for millennia. Yet for all its apparent strength, the empire contained fatal contradictions. Its brutality created a vast reservoir of hatred among subject peoples. Its military expansion outstripped its demographic base. Its highly centralized administrative structure meant that succession crises at the center could rapidly destabilize the entire imperial system. When multiple pressures converged, internal political instability, coordinated external threats, and possibly environmental challenges in the form of unusual flooding, the entire structure collapsed with astonishing speed. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Nineveh's fall is how thoroughly it was forgotten. This mighty city, the largest in the world of its time, center of culture and learning as well as imperial power, essentially disappeared from human knowledge. When 19th century archaeologists began uncovering its buried palaces, they were essentially rediscovering a lost civilization, piecing together its history from clay tablets and stone reliefs that had lain hidden for 2.5 millennia. This reminds us of the fragility of even the mightiest human achievements. Nineveh's inhabitants would have found it inconceivable that their great city could not only fall but be forgotten. They lived in the center of the world, in an empire that seemed eternal. Yet within a generation of the city's destruction, the Assyrian Empire had ceased to exist as a political entity. Within a few centuries, even the location of its magnificent capital had been lost to memory. The parallels to later empires are striking. Rome, Constantinople, Chang'an, Tenochtitlan, all were once mighty imperial capitals that their inhabitants believed would endure forever. All eventually fell, though none were forgotten as completely as Nineveh. It raises unsettling questions about our own civilizations and cities. What modern metropolis, what contemporary power, might someday be reduced to buried ruins, awaiting rediscovery by the archaeologists of some future age? What makes the fall of Nineveh particularly fascinating is that it represents one of history's most complete reversals of fortune. For centuries, Assyria had been the unquestioned superpower of the ancient Near East. Its kings styled themselves as King of the Universe, and this scarcely seemed like hyperbole given the extent of their dominion. Yet within just 5 years after Nineveh's fall, Assyria ceased to exist not just as an empire but as an independent entity of any kind. Its heartland was divided between the Babylonians and Medes. Its people were scattered and absorbed into other populations. Even its gods seemed to have failed, their temples destroyed, their divine prestige shattered by defeat. The coalition that brought down Assyria was itself a historical anomaly. The ancient world rarely saw such coordinated action among multiple powers against a common enemy. That traditional rivals like the Babylonians and Medes could set aside their differences long enough to destroy Assyria speaks to the extraordinary depth of anti-Assyrian sentiment. This wasn't just geopolitics. It was a campaign fueled by generations of accumulated grievances, by memories of ancestors humiliated, tortured, and killed by Assyrian conquerors. Some scholars suggest that what happened to Nineveh wasn't just military defeat, but a kind of ancient world equivalent of regime change, a deliberate campaign to eradicate not just Assyria's political power, but its very cultural identity. The systematic destruction of royal palaces, the defacement of monuments, the burning of records, these actions went beyond typical ancient warfare. They represented an attempt to erase Assyria from history, to ensure it could never rise again. In this, the victors nearly succeeded. Had 19th century archaeologists not rediscovered Nineveh and other Assyrian cities, our knowledge of this once great empire would be limited to biased accounts from its enemies and a few scattered references in the Hebrew Bible. We would know almost nothing of Assyrian perspectives, achievements, or cultural contributions. The library of Ashurbanipal, with its thousands of cuneiform tablets preserving Mesopotamian literature, science, and history, would have remained buried in the earth, its contents lost forever. The irony is that in some ways, Assyria achieved a kind of immortality through its very destruction. The dramatic fall of such a seemingly invincible power made a profound impression on contemporary observers. The Hebrew prophet Nahum devoted an entire biblical book to celebrating Nineveh's destruction, describing it as divine judgment on Assyrian cruelty. Nineveh is laid waste. Who will bemoan her? He wrote, answering his own question with the observation that all who hear of Assyria's fate will clap their hands in celebration. Yet the archaeological rediscovery of Nineveh tells a more complex story than these triumphant accounts from Assyria's enemies. The artifacts recovered from the buried city reveal not just a brutal military machine, but a sophisticated culture that preserved and advanced the intellectual achievements of earlier Mesopotamian civilizations. The library of Ashurbanipal contained medical texts, astronomical observations, mathematical treatises, and literary works like the Epic of Gilgamesh. Assyrian art, while often depicting violent conquest, shows remarkable technical skill and aesthetic sensitivity. This tension between Assyria as oppressor and Assyria as cultural preserver makes its fall all the more poignant. When Nineveh burned, it wasn't just a political entity that was destroyed, but a link in the chain of human knowledge and achievement. Many of the texts in Ashurbanipal's library were already ancient by Assyrian standards, copies of Sumerian and Babylonian works dating back 1,000 years or more. When the clay tablets were baked hard in the fires that consumed the palace, many were preserved for modern scholars to discover, but countless others were surely lost forever. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of Nineveh's fall is how it echoes through subsequent history. The pattern it established, of imperial overreach followed by catastrophic collapse, of a dominant power brought down by a coalition of its enemies, would recur throughout human experience. The Babylonian Empire that replaced Assyria would itself fall to the Persians within decades. The Persians would fall to Alexander. Rome would eventually suffer its own decline and fall. In each case, a power that seemed invincible proved ultimately vulnerable. Yet these later empires are remembered, their languages still studied, their monuments still visible above ground, their cultural legacies acknowledged and celebrated. Assyria alone among the great ancient powers came close to being completely forgotten. When British and French archaeologists began uncovering Nineveh and other Assyrian cities in the 19th century, they weren't just adding details to a known historical narrative. They were reintroducing a mighty civilization to human consciousness after more than 2 millennia of oblivion. The fall of Nineveh reminds us that history is written not just by the victors, but by those who preserve their records for posterity. It reminds us that political and military power, no matter how overwhelming it may seem in the moment, is always temporary. And perhaps most importantly, it reminds us that our knowledge of the past is always incomplete, that great civilizations can rise and fall leaving barely a trace in historical memory. As we look at our own civilizations with their seemingly permanent institutions and monuments, the fate of Nineveh offers both warning and perspective. No empire lasts forever. No city, however magnificent, is immune to destruction and potential oblivion. The things we take for granted as permanent features of our world, our political systems, our technologies, our very ways of life, may someday be as forgotten as Nineveh was, awaiting rediscovery by the archaeologists of some future age. And yet, paradoxically, something of Nineveh survived its physical destruction. The city's influence continued through the civilizations it had dominated and the peoples it had ruled. Elements of Assyrian administrative practice, artistic conventions, and literary traditions were adopted by successor states and passed down through generations. Even in defeat and apparent obliteration, something of Assyria's essence continued, a reminder that cultural influence often outlasts political power, that what appears to be an ending can sometimes be a transformation instead. Today, the ruins of Nineveh lie on the outskirts of Mosul in northern Iraq. Much of what 19th and 20th century archaeologists uncovered has been lost again, looted during recent conflicts or deliberately destroyed by extremists seeking to erase the pre-Islamic history of the region. Once again, Nineveh faces obliteration. Once again, the achievements of an ancient civilization risk being forgotten. History, it seems, has a way of repeating its most tragic patterns even as it creates new ones. But as long as we remember the story of Nineveh's rise and fall, something of its legacy persists. In studying these ancient battles and civilizational collapses, we do more than satisfy historical curiosity. We gain perspective on our own moment in time, on the impermanence of power and the complex interplay of forces that shape human destiny. We are reminded that today's unassailable empire may be tomorrow's archaeological puzzle, that what seems permanent rarely is, and that the true measure of a civilization may lie not in how long it endures, but in what it contributes to humanity's ongoing story. History is filled with decisive moments, some celebrated in triumph, some mourned in tragedy, and others forgotten by time yet pivotal in shaping our world. The battles we've explored today are just a glimpse into the remarkable, the world-changing, and the overlooked conflicts that continue to fascinate historians and inspire endless contemplation. But the deeper we study these ancient clashes, the more we realize how fragile the thread of history truly is.